Hi, everyone. We'll be getting started in a minute or two.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Craig During. I'm with the California Air Resources Board, and this is a kickoff workshop for advanced clean truck fleets. A regulation we're starting for to parallel the work we're doing with advanced clean trucks on the manufacturer side. So a few housekeeping items before we begin. Just a reminder, if you could place your cell phone on silent or vibrate mode, that would be great. There are restrooms located down the hallway across the auditorium entrance out the back. And in the event of emergency, occupants may need to shelter in place or evacuate the building. If an evacuation is called for, please exit the building through the exit doors at the back of the auditorium. If a shelter in place is necessary, such as in the event of an earthquake, please drop, cover your head, and hold on and remain calm. Just a reminder, there is a sign-in sheet as you entered the auditorium. Please either drop off your business card or let us know that you attended this event. And this event is also being webcast. The link to the webcast is on the agenda. That is also available on the at the entrance of the auditorium. In addition to that, we will be communicating to those that are watching the webcast through an email address. That email address can also be found on the agenda. And the presentation itself has also been loaded up on our website.
So on the presentation, if you want to access it, all meeting materials are located on our Advanced Clean Truck Fleet webpage. That's on the agenda. So you go to the website, click Meetings and Events on the left side, and you'll see all the meeting materials.
Thanks, Paul. And before we begin, I just want to let you know we do have a rather long presentation, and we've broken it up into sections, and we'll present that portion of the section, and we'll stop at that point, ask for comments and questions. So you'll have plenty of time to interact and provide some feedback as we move forward with the program. Oh, and one more announcement. We'll do introductions here at the table. We don't have time for everybody to introduce themselves in the auditorium, but if you do have a comment or question, please state your name and affiliation before you make your comment or your question, so we understand who you are and what affiliation you're with. So with that said, I've already introduced myself. We'll go.
Yeah, I'm Tony Brazil. I'm the branch chief overseeing a number of our regulatory efforts, including this one.
Paul Ornaja, lead staff working on this zero emission fleet rule effort and on the ongoing Advanced Clean Truck rulemaking.
I'm Brandon Rose, CARB staff in the Compliance Assistance and Outreach Office.
So with that, I'll ask Tony to go ahead and open up the meeting. And as I mentioned, we'll individually we'll go through one section at a time. We'll take a pause, ask for questions and feedback, and then we'll continue on to the next section.
Okay, so I'll just give a quick overview. So the agenda or the outline, it does mimic the agenda that we have with the estimated time that we're going to switch to different topics. And so broadly, as Craig has mentioned, we're going to cover each of these subject areas and then pause for questions until we get to the fleet rule concepts. At that point, I think we'll do one concept at a time. But so the introduction and background is just an overview of the emissions background and strategies ARB is putting in place. The second item is the proposed Advanced Clean Truck regulation, which we presented to our board in December, because that's a sales requirement for the manufacturers, and this fleet requirement is going to be complementing that particular effort. And then broadly, we'll get into the other areas to describe what the existing market looks like and then what some strategies are. Next slide, please. Okay. So just to kind of frame the discussion, because we're going to provide a bit of background for I think the first hour. Generally, what we're looking at is a strategy to get the truck fleet to zero emissions by the 2045 timeframe, everywhere feasible. There are certain market segments, and we'll be discussing those in some detail, that we believe can make an earlier transition. Some trucks or market segments should go earlier than others, for instance. We are looking at strategies that will largely be targeting larger fleets initially and the large entities that hire them. But we will have part of that discussion is how do you eventually transition to the bring in more trucks, which includes smaller fleets, and what are the advantages to certain strategies and how to do that. And then just to make sure that we're all on the same page on the discussion, we're talking about vehicles with a gross vehicle weight rating over 8,500 pounds. So that is something that's akin to an F-250 or a Ram 2500 pickup or van or larger vehicle. And we're looking at going to zero emission for all technologies and fuel types too. And when we say zero emission or electrification, we are referring to generally fuel cell, battery electric. Cantenary could be part of that as well. But so when we say electrification, we are talking about both, or both of the primary technologies. Entities that hire truck and bus fleets, our existing rules already require companies to ensure that they're hiring compliant fleets. So that would be, I think, an aspect of this approach that we would retain, but we're looking to go potentially beyond that and look at green contracting concepts that might further enable the market. And then the last category, it's essentially every truck type and every entity type is going to be affected if you own the trucks or operate the trucks here in California, whether you're government, private business, or other types of entities are part of the discussion. And then lastly is there's a lot going on in terms of what California is doing to enable the zero emission market. And so we're looking to that this strategy would build upon other policies that have already been put in place and some new ones that I think are going to be necessary to expand the market. So with that, I'll turn it over to Brandon to give you an overview of the air quality and the background on that.
Perfect. Thank you, Tony. As most of you know, those of you who are regulars, this will be quite repetitive, but for those who are new to the topic or area, we always want to give a little background about the air quality drivers that we have statewide. There's major needs for reductions in NOx and PM emissions. California has the worst air quality in the nation. The statistics, 7 of the 10 worst communities for NOx are in California, and 6 of the 10 for PM, according to the Lung Association. You can see on the map there on the right our key challenges in the San Joaquin Valley. We have particulate matter at 2.5 out of compliance with, and then in the South Coast is the ozone standard we're out of compliance with. The heavy-duty vehicles, they continue to be the largest contributors to those emission criteria sources, as well as the federal sources. And so federal sources would be things like locomotives or airplanes where we don't have direct regulatory control. Basically, what's clear is action is required beyond the current programs by 2031. And so, what's the next slide? And so everything basically under the truck industrial already has to be a 2010 model year engine or newer by 2023. And we'll see as we look at some of the statistics that that's just not quite enough. One of the other drivers is AB 617, which has put an intense focus on disadvantaged communities statewide through the Community Air Protection Program. We've been working in conjunction with the local air districts to put together community councils, and we've received a lot of feedback and a consistent message from them that they want to see reductions in transportation and freight emissions. And the heavy-duty vehicles are in their communities and having an impact. And one of those ways to do that is to seek a rapid transition to zero-emission technologies. And so we continue to be working in these areas statewide. As most of you know, transportation is the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in California. You can see in the pie chart, transportation represents 41% of the GHG emissions statewide, so it is a significant contributor. And on the left there of the slide, we have some of the drivers and some of the goals the state has. We want to reach the 1990 GHG levels by 2020, a 40% below 2030 target, and then an 80% below 1990 levels by 2050, with a state goal of carbon neutrality by 2045 under a governor's executive order. And so some of the other drivers is the clean electricity standards, the renewable portfolio standards. It's 33% renewables by 2020, and then a 60% renewable goal by 2030, and then a zero carbon target by 2045. Just a little bit of background. We'll dive deeper into the vehicle classes in the further slides, but just the total California vehicle population that we are looking at is about 1.7 million vehicles. On the Class 8, heavy-duty Class 7 and 8 tractors, about 180,000 of them. For the Class 4 through 8 straight trucks and buses, about 450,000 statewide. And then in the smaller equipment categories, the 2B and 3 trucks and vans is just slightly over 1 million. And so there is a significant number of vehicles operating in California. Briefly, just a little bit on the importance of addressing vehicle and truck emissions specifically, is that the trucks make up just 6% of the state's fleet, but they represent 21% of the transportation GHG emissions, and they also represent about half of overall transportation NOx emissions. So they're a considerable contributor to air quality issues. So California does have a number of different NOx and GHG reduction plans on the books, including the ZEV Action Plan, the Climate Change Scoping Plan, our Sustainable Freight Action Plan, and the Mobile Source Strategy. So all of these documents work together towards setting out goals and guidelines and strategies to get emission reductions. Some of the core attributes of these documents is that we need to have zero emissions everywhere where feasible, and we need to have cleaner fuels and cleaner combustion wherever zero emission is not possible. This slide is a list of many of the different actions that have been taken in the recent year or two, and then looking forward into the future. You can see we've done work recently on transit vehicles, shuttle vehicles, as well as electric powertrain requirements. Today, we're here specifically going to talk about advanced clean trucks and zero-emission truck fleets as well. But you can also see there's other rulemakings going on at the agency statewide. Airport ground support equipment, transportation refrigeration unit rulemaking is also going on, and we're also targeting things like forklifts into the future. Very briefly, before we'll take questions, we'll stop for any questions. Some of the benefits of the zero-emission vehicles, and as Tony stated, that it could cross a broad range of different technology types. There's the health benefits that are, especially in disadvantaged communities, beneficial. These are standard things like premature deaths, rates of asthma, hospital admissions are the major drivers, and things that can be improved by improving air quality. Climate change and climate benefits are another one. Expanding green jobs and workforce development is another key attribute to these rules and regulations and promoting ZEBs. Reducing energy use as well as reducing petroleum dependence. There's also potentially significant fuel cost savings and price stability, and we'll run through some of those numbers in detail later on. There's certainly maintenance cost reductions that you have, not needing to have oil changes, replacing brakes, certainly save money. And then the vehicles are not as noisy. There's other societal benefits, and just sort of anecdotally, a lot of the drivers, enjoy driving a ZEB with electrified powertrain. They're responsive, they're smoother, they're quieter, they don't idle and jar drivers around. So that's just a really high overview. We'll stop. If there's any comments or questions, we'll float around with the mics, and then we have posted here the email address for those on the webcast. zebfleet@arb.ca.gov if you want to email questions.
And just a comment, in addition to the floating mics, if you're welcome to come up to the podiums, and there's mics up there as well. So we'll try and accommodate you as best we can.
Is it on? Okay. Ray Ping, excuse me, Ray Ping with Sierra Club. What's happening with zero emission drayage rulemaking, and how would that relate to the advanced clean fleets rulemaking?
It is part of today's discussion, so we'll be getting into that.
Troy Musgrave with Dependable Highway Express. First, I'll take it from the perspective of our responsibility. What can we do to help improve the relationship between working with utilities and getting the power needed at our sites to support heavy-duty electric trucks?
Well, I think if you're at the point, so when we've been working with transit agencies in our regulatory strategies, I think one of the things when you're at the point of ready to electrify or ready to purchase vehicles, that contacting the utility before you even make that purchase decision is actually pretty important. We'll touch on it a little bit later, but there are already utility programs by the major 3 utilities that will, in most aspects, pay for and make the upgrades on your property that need to be made to put in the infrastructure. And so those programs have been in place for a year or 2, so relatively new, but I think that's part of the learning curve is how to do that infrastructure build out quickly, but the utilities are, in these cases, taking the lead on actually even designing it for you so that you're not necessarily in the position of having to hire somebody on your own to then help you put in the infrastructure. So it'll be, I think, a continuing dialogue, and as we're looking here to accelerate the market, we're also working with the utilities and other sister agencies on how do we streamline the overall process, because putting in infrastructure for large groups of vehicles is relatively new, beyond what we've done in light duty. So I think there'll be a continuing dialogue, and I think we'll get into some of the details on how to electrify a fleet based on experience of others in future meetings.
Thank you. And what work is being done to standardize connectors and get them certified so that,
Yeah, you're getting ahead of the presentation a little. So we do have a slide that kind of tells you what standards are already in place and a little bit of what's going on. So, so for now, yeah, if you wouldn't mind, if you focus the questions on this particular section, we're going to get into the vehicle technology itself, some of the background, what the utility programs do, and then we'll get into ideas on how to structure a strategy. And I think the other thing is, this is the kickoff meeting, so we are planning to have multiple meetings to work through different issues and details, including how to accelerate the market, including infrastructure-related questions on how to do that.
thank you.
Thanks, Tony. Brandon, Matt Schrapp with Velocity Vehicle Group. Brandon, on slide 7, you might have mentioned this about the California vehicle populations, but that's for registered California vehicles, right? That's not total amount of vehicles that travel in California. But the regulatory concept would be touching every vehicle that travels in California, not just registered trucks. Maybe I'm jumping ahead of time, but just some clarification.
But broadly, yes. I mean, we're going to target the vehicles that are actually operating here. But also with the expectation that the long-haul fleets, I mean, the infrastructure is going to be an important part, and so that's not necessarily a near-term target, but it is still an area that we need to look
Right.
at.
Well, long haul doesn't mean you don't have to be a long haul fleet to be registered out of state.
Right.
I wouldn't put it past fleets to be registering their vehicles out of state to get around California. I know that might be a
Understood, no.
foreign concept, but, at the same time.
Yeah.
So just on that slide, I think it would be helpful for all stakeholders to understand that those are California-only numbers. And then, in fact, those numbers could double when it comes to impacting out-of-state trucks. Even though, to your point, Tony, right, we're not talking about long-haul trucks right now, but still. We're talking about out-of-state vehicles operating in California, competing with California-based fleets. Thank you.
This is Paul Renee, just
Paul.
give some background on that slide. So that was meant to represent the California truck population from our emissions inventory, MFAC. So that included the DMV registered tractors as well as the California IRP tractors as well, because those are California tractors in a way as they aren't as out-of-state going as your out-of-state IRP tractors, just to give some reference for what that slide was trying to say.
That's great, and for us, and Brandon, you mentioned for all of us who have been around for a while, right? Now we're down to 8,500 pounds. Started at 14, then it goes to 10 for smog check and PSIP. Now we're down to 8,500, so the numbers just keep going up. And if I'm a fleet that's registered in California, frankly, I'm in a world of uncertainty right now because I have no idea what the future is going to look like, even though 2040, I mean, I don't know, I'm looking around, most of us will probably still be in the industry at that point in time, but either way, just a clarification would be helpful, and Paul, thank you for explaining that it's IRP and California-based, but I think a reflection of the magnitude of this rule would be helpful when talking about California-based fleets and out-of-state fleets who will be subject to the rule.
Yeah, Matt, I completely agree with you, and
Thank
just sort of references, that was just to give an idea of California registered. Like nationwide, there's 8.5 million medium straight trucks and about 3.5 million heavy trucks. So that total population's countrywide is 11, and I don't know. And there's more coming from Canada and Mexico. And we definitely will get into some of the categories a little more detail later in the presentation as well.
Thank you very much.
This is Tim Blubaugh with the Truck and Engine Manufacturers Association. Brandon, I wanted to ask for some details on one of your slides. You pointed out that the truck population is like 6% of the overall vehicle population, yet 50% of the NOx emission represents 50% of the NOx emissions. Could you describe that data? Is that today, based on today's trucks? And could you also forecast what that data might look like after 2023 when we see the truck and bus rule go into effect? My sense is that we're seeing an aging of the California fleet leading up to 2023, but then once 2023 hits, we're going to see new, clean trucks, and I suspect that data, the percentage of the NOx inventory from trucks, will go way down. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, so on that slide, I believe that was representing the proportion of NOx as it is today, and that is expected to go down as the older trucks are replaced with newer 2010 or model year engines. So the portion will decrease, but still will be a large contributor. We can definitely do the numbers again and see what it looks like in future years. But that was just meant to be what the population looks like today.
Yeah. No, thank you very much. I assume you have forecasting that shows what it would look like in 2023,
We do.
2024.
We've used it in other presentations, just not in today's.
Okay.
But
Thank
I
you.
think those presentations show, yes, we're going to get significant reductions. Emissions have been going down from vehicles, even though vehicle miles traveled keeps increasing. But we're still nowhere near where we need to be to meet the 2031 goals. The electrification is going to be part of getting closer to where we need to be. And even 2023 goals, there's still a significant shortfall, even when we have all 2010 engines by 2023 here. So, but we can maybe bring that one back for the next meeting.
Thanks, Tony.
Okay, and so we'll take a couple more, but I want to go ahead and move on. And we can always come back to some of these questions later, but I want to make sure we kind of try to stay on the timeline so that we cover all of the topic areas and have a discussion period at the end.
Oh, cool. Michael Sills with C3 Fuels. I'm only bringing this up at this point because I was looking over in the overview in the slides. I didn't know if this would be one that might come up later. I was looking at between the federal excise tax, California excise tax, cap and trade fee, LCFS fee, and state sales tax, for instance, on diesel. This morning, that would be about $1.41 a gallon. So that's probably like hundreds of dollars, if not more, per year in revenue to the state, right? If everybody is electric tomorrow, wouldn't the state have some issues with capital?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, as people transition to electric, then that's going to mean less fuel taxes, if you will, because I think it's what you're pointing out.
It's millions and millions and millions of dollars.
Yes, so we do recognize that we actually account for that when we do our economic analysis, what the impacts are. And yeah, so if you're implying that there might be changes in terms of how road fees are collected, I anticipate that that's an area of change and an area of study for the last 5 years. I'm aware of different studies that the state is doing on looking at different ways to collect the road taxes. So, is there one more? We'll take one more question, and then we'll move to the next section. Or does somebody have the mic right now? No. Okay.
So I do have an online question. This is Eugene Wilson from California Clean Energy Committee. It says, do you see a path forward to zero-emission freight rail, even through electrification or fuel cells, and do you plan to address that? So at ARB, we do have another team that's working on the freight, the rail programs. However, this concept from a truck standpoint, we do believe that trucks entering rail yards or rail ports would be affected by this rule. So I don't know if I answered the question, but this rule is not focused on rail, it's focused on the trucks that would enter the rail yards. So with that said, we're going to move on. And this next section is going to talk specifically about the work we're already doing or the work we have done on the Advanced Clean Truck program and the sales requirement that we recently took to the board. And this slide basically says that there were two parts to this program. The first was a zero-emission vehicle sales requirement that starts in 2024 and ramps up over time. I've got a slide to talk about that. But also, in addition to that, there was a one-time large entity reporting requirement to allow us to collect information about vehicles, facilities, and contracted services by these large entities. And on the timeline to the left, you can see we did present this to the board in December. I'll provide some feedback on what the board, the direction the board gave us. We do have another workshop focused specifically on this regulation. That's going to be next week, February 20th. That will be in Sacramento, and it also will be webcast, so mark your calendars. And then we fully anticipate to bring a final rulemaking to the board in May of 2020, which would require 15-day changes to go out probably sometime late March, maybe early April. So this is the sales percentage requirement that we presented to the board. You can see it's relatively modest in the early years, does ramp up over time. Most notably, the largest increases in the class 4 through 8 straight trucks, where we see the most potential for electrification. We do give credit for plug-in hybrids if they do maintain a minimum all-electric range. So there is a possibility for that. And there's the ability to trade credits across weight classes. We also presented to the board the concept of getting a one-time reporting from large entities, and these entities would include like large businesses with revenues over $50 million, large fleets that own 100 or more vehicles, brokers that direct these vehicles for freight pickup and delivery, as well as government at all levels, including local, state, and federal. The reason we're collecting this information is to help support the regulatory framework that is why we're here today to discuss. We'll get into more detail on that. Also to make sure we ensure a level playing field. Large fleets and small fleets are affected appropriately, and we address the issue of those companies that own their own trucks versus those companies that contract out for truck-related services. Also, we've asked some questions about where these trucks are domiciled, so we can get a better sense of where infrastructure might be needed, as well as the goal here is to match the technology with the current duty cycles of the vehicles as they're used today. And with that said, here's a list of some of the questions that we have proposed. Obviously, we're trying to get information about the types of vehicles, the type of fuel that's used at your facility. Do you fuel on site? How many miles do the trucks travel on a daily basis? So there's a whole bunch of good questions here. And this information will literally help us to move forward with this regulatory process, with this workshop, to structure something that is going to work. And then just to provide some feedback as the direction the board gave us at the December board hearing, obviously they believe that we should increase the number of trucks sold and deployed in California. They made it very clear that we need to look at strategies to increase those percentages. They believe we need to focus and continue to focus on disadvantaged communities, identify those trucks that operate in those communities, and come up with a strategy to help out those communities. Also, they wanted us to focus on the truck and engine manufacturers' proposal of looking at 100% ZEV sales by market segment. We do have a slide on that later on we'll get into, but that's one of the areas of focus we're gonna talk about. Among others, as streamlining the reporting requirement, which we're looking at right now. So, and finally, just to make sure that we do have a pathway forward to our 2045 carbon neutrality goals, and realizing that this regulation is going to be an important aspect to that. So with that, I'll open it up to questions again. For those on the webcast, our email address is identified on the slide.
And actually, we have a couple of questions from the email account already, so I'll just go through a couple of them quickly. So first one from Nico Bucom from the California Fuel Cell Partnership is, could you please clarify if the Class 2B through 8 truck numbers also include emergency service vehicles and what the timeline is for these vehicles? So I can say that that population is from the emissions inventory, so it should include the emergency services vehicles. As well as the timeline, ARB does not have the authority to directly regulate emergency vehicles, by my understanding, so we're not directly looking at them. If they choose to electrify on their own, we're that would be a good thing, but we're not planning to regulate emergency vehicles at this point. So next question is from the American Lung Association, and it's more of a comment. As noted in the discussion, the transportation sector, and the truck sector in particular, drives our air pollution and climate challenges. Transportation emissions create significant health and air and quality of life challenges in communities most impacted by truck traffic. The zero-emission fleet rule and a strong advanced clean truck rule are needed to support the emission reductions needed to achieve healthy air in all communities. At its core, this is a public health program, and the American Lung Association looks forward to working closely with the staff and stakeholders to ensure a comprehensive health protective program through the rapid transition to zero-emission technologies throughout the transportation sector. Thank you, Will Barrett from the American Lung Association.
And so before we take another question here in the audience, so for this section, you should make sure we cover questions associated with the manufacturer requirement, but we're doing a workshop on that next week, so I don't want that to be the subject of the discussion because we want to focus on the fleet part, but we want to make sure we answer any questions about the proposed manufacturer requirement in this particular session. So are there any questions? There are, okay. Someone. So Brandon, there's a couple of hands over here, I guess, if you can work your way over.
Yeah, and as a reminder, you're also welcome to walk up to the podiums here. You don't need to wait.
Oh, good to know. Thanks. Todd Campbell with Clean Energy. Thank you so much for holding this workshop in the South Coast. Obviously, this is one of the two basins that struggle the most with heavy-duty truck pollution, and so we all need to be working collectively together to make sure that we meet our deadlines. In addition to the board urging staff to be more aggressive on the advanced clean truck rule, there were also board members that also suggested that we should accelerate our adoption of near zero truck technologies to further accelerate emissions reductions in the near term. And so my question has to do with the partial credit. Has staff put any more thought to including the near zero technology, particularly at 0.02 grams NOx, in the partial credit regulation, or part of the regulation?
Yeah, that's a topic I think we can discuss at the other workshop, but I can say that the proposal we put in front of the board was to include only vehicles that have zero-emission mile capabilities, including the plug-ins. And part of that rationale was that we are separately working on a engine standard requirement that will make all engines roughly 90% cleaner than they are now, so we didn't need to duplicate that effort in this rulemaking. And so I believe the board direction was to broaden the sales of electric vehicles and wouldn't necessarily include that, but I think that's an item that I think we can discuss that next week in more detail.
So just a real quick follow-up question on that. I don't know the answer to this, but does the omnibus rule encourage zero-emission truck adoption as well? Because I either read something about having a credit to do that in the omnibus rule, or maybe I'm getting confused, and maybe that was a recommendation you had to the Environmental Protection Agency. I'm getting older, and there's so many of these things, and I mix it all up. But I guess if that's true, isn't that duplication as well? I mean, I guess I'd like to see duplication in this rule and that rule because we need cleaner trucks. And the biggest crisis we have right now is that we don't have the policies in place to get diesels off the road. And the perfect example right now is we have a very weak truck rate rule or proposal that's going to go before both harbor commissions next week. And a lot of people in this room would like to see zero and near zero emission trucks evolve from that decision, but unfortunately it's really a 2014 model year diesel plan. And every diesel that gets on the road, in our view, is a total lost opportunity, especially for communities that are being hit the hardest by diesel emissions.
Well, and then the other piece, I think, to the approach we're taking is that the sales requirement for the zero-emission trucks wouldn't start until 2024. The cleaner engines would be phased in, but that would largely start around 2024 as well. So wouldn't necessarily help with the 2023 targets that we're actually needing more reductions. Okay. So yeah, so 2027 would be effectively the 90% cleaner would be fully in effect, but there's some other steps in between. Okay, now the next.
Hi.
Oh, okay, Jimmy?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Jimmy O'Day, Union of Concerned Scientists. Just want to thank staff for that slide on the summarizing the fleet reporting requirements. I know there's a lot of, at the board meeting, a lot of questions around what that meant, and I thought that slide did a really good job summarizing that the targets really are larger businesses and hopefully not a burden on smaller fleets. And just being an analyst in the industry, recognizing that there really is a shortage of data and understanding the industry, and I think a lot of this is necessary though to craft policies that do work for everyone and get to where we need to be. Just information on where vehicles are going is thinking about the infrastructure question and what demands are going to be on the grid. I think is a really important one that a lot of folks don't have answers to, including I think utilities today. So just thanks staff for summarizing what that portion of the regulation is trying to do.
Yes, Dawn Fenton from Volvo Group North America. You had a list of kind of a summary of coming out of the board hearing, and I don't know if I missed it or not, but I thought that there was also kind of a direction from the board to really focus on the charging infrastructure and look at the challenges or how to go about dealing with the infrastructure challenges. And I'm wondering, I didn't see it captured there, and then I was also just wondering if that's been what's being done about that.
So yeah, one of the board members did make comment about infrastructure. So we've actually been working for several years now with the PUC and the Energy Commission, including the discussions even on the utility programs that ultimately were rolled out. We're continuing that dialogue because this is not a short-term problem to address. It is a longer term, and I think, as was just mentioned, part of even collecting the information about the fleets and even from the larger facilities was to have better information as to ultimately understanding what any strategy would require, where the trucks would ultimately be needed, and then the utilities could actually use that to plan ahead based on what the rule requirements ultimately would overlap with, so that they could have the infrastructure ready before it's actually needed, rather than having to react to a fleet saying, okay, I'm interested now if they have to upgrade their particular part of the feeder lines, then they would have to react and there would be delays. So that's a continuing item, and I don't know that it's something that we can directly address in the regulatory proposal itself by May.
I guess my concern is you say it's a longer term problem, and I completely agree. And so my concern is then, passing a regulation that before there's more information and data available about how that's going to be solved. That's all.
Yeah, I agree. And we are trying to do a lot of stuff on infrastructure. It's more than just ARB who needs to take action here. All the sister agencies, the Public Utility Commission, the Energy Commission, GoBiz, who's going to be speaking later today on what their kind of role in coordinating everything together is. So all of us need to be working together towards this goal. There's no one solution. It's going to be years and years of figuring out solutions, breaking down barriers. So we've been working on this. We're going to continue working on this as the market continues to develop.
Great, thank you.
This is Paul Ryan with the representing the Inland Empire Disposal Association. After our meeting on December 13th, following the December 12th ACT meeting, have you folks revised the original reporting requirements, or are you in the process of doing that? One of the problems that I pointed out earlier, particularly with the refuse fleets, and there's a contradiction in the existing language where we're dealing with private fleets versus contracted franchise fleets, and it somewhat counters the measures that you're trying to accomplish with the large fleets and so forth, because it inadvertently drags into the mix
very small fleets that I think were not intended to be included in our original discussions. And so it's important that we clarify this because there is some overlap that's going to create some false information as we go forward in terms of the inventory.
Okay. Yeah, that's something that we will be discussing next week and what those changes should be. So at that time, if you have specific language edits, that would be pretty helpful. But those are the kinds of things we'll be discussing next week, and then ultimately needing to write down in the 15-day change. So I'll take one last one, and then we'll move on to the next section here.
Hi, this is Glenn Cho from Toyota Motors North America. Quick question on ZANZEF data. Is that going to be incorporated into your analysis?
We do have a slide on the ZANZEF projects, but so ARB has funded a lot of trucks, several hundred trucks and buses that are being deployed now or have already been deployed, and we are collecting data on that. So that data will be publicly available. We're generally trying to get like-for-like data on a zero-emission truck versus a diesel equivalent in a similar operation, and are planning to make that information available. So we'll be using it ourselves, but it'll be available broadly to anyone who wants to take advantage of it. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, sorry, you're up here, so I'll go ahead.
Could you go back to slide 18, if you don't mind? This is Dave Park with the California Fuel Cell Partnership. A couple of clarifying questions. Are these EMA recommendations, or were those CARB board discussion topics?
Yeah, so the summary here is the direction we took from our board, and part of that was to look at the EMA proposal. And so we will be actually discussing the EMA proposal today.
Okay, but these are not the EMA proposal. And then I guess our view, in viewing what the CARB board discussion was, that there was a lot of interplay between the board members at the hearing, and it wasn't clear to us that they actually came to actual direction. It sounded like there were a lot of questions going back and forth among the board members. Are you now taking direction from the board on these topics?
Well, no, we're taking what they stated at the dais as to what their comments were, and so we as staff are looking to make sure we make the modifications that we're confident that most of our board members are going to support.
Great.
So that's the balance we're trying to find.
Okay, so we have two online questions from, I believe, the previous portion, so we'll just try to move through them quickly. First one is from Alana Langdon from Nikola Motor. Is CARB going to be concentrating electrification, infrastructure funding, and regulatory starting in high pollution districts, South Coast and San Joaquin, as this effort rolls out, or will the investment be available throughout the state? Basically, is there a framework for advancing the policy and investments to hit key areas of need first? So as far as the rule goes, all options are on the table. We could look at specific requirements in certain areas, especially those most affected. Our group doesn't work on the incentive side, but our incentive group does look at ways to ensure that incentive money is going where it's most needed and where the communities need the most action. So that is something we're definitely going to, I say yes, we are looking to get the investment and policy in the areas of key need first, but we have to figure out the best way to do it. And the second question is from Jeremy Ostrander from dieselexhaust.com, or DEE. Will the new regulation allow for repowering existing cab chassis with electric engines to gain compliance? If so, will there be state grants or tax rebates to incentivize early compliance? I guess it's to be discussed. I don't believe there's any reason we wouldn't give credit for an electric vehicle repower. It would be essentially a zero-emission vehicle at the same time, so I believe we would be giving credit for that, but that's something to discuss moving forward.
And the funding part of that question is ARB has funded drivetrain replacements to zero emission in the past, so I would anticipate that would probably be encouraged in the future. But the funding decisions are ultimately rolled out in a 3-year funding plan, so if you're not familiar with that process, then I think participate in that, because that kind of lays out an overall strategy, and that's revisited regularly. So I'd like to go ahead and move on. We can cover questions in this section a little later. as they relate, because I think a lot of the questions are going to want to pertain to the fleet aspects of what we're looking at. I want to make sure we have opportunity or time to discuss that too. So who's doing this next section?
I got it. Okay. So good morning. I'll be giving an overview of kind of the current zero emission market and the policy drivers that are helping to move this market forward. So just at a high level, we are seeing a lot more development in recent years in these early zero emission beachhead markets, especially transit buses, but now we're seeing more action in the zero emission truck side of things. So there's a good amount of movement, and we're seeing a lot of new technologies, new innovations happening. So this early market that we're starting to see develop is being bolstered by incentive funding that CARB is offering. So CARB has offered vehicle incentives for over 10 years at this point, and this money is being used to accelerate the clean truck market and generate emission reductions, especially in these disadvantaged communities that need action on freight emissions. So currently available funding sources include the Hybrid and Zero Emission Truck and Bus Voucher Incentive Program, or HVIP for short, the Volkswagen Emission Beneficiary Trust, Carl Moore programs, and the Truck Loan Assistance Program. And just to be clear, these incentives are aimed at fleets acting ahead of regulatory regulatory deadlines and are meant to encourage early action ahead of regulatory requirements. So to give an example, the Zero and Near Zero Emission Freight Facility, or ZANZEF program, is a large demonstration program that CARB is using to accelerate these early zero emission truck markets. Through the over $200 million that the state has awarded in grants, we're seeing a huge variety in the amount of infrastructure, vehicles, on-road vehicles, off-road, battery electric, fuel cell, cleaner combustion. All these vehicles are being deployed throughout the state, especially, and many of them are located in disadvantaged communities and at the ports. So demonstration programs like the ZANZEF program are helping to propel this early market past the demonstration phase into full commercialization. And an announcement yesterday was Volvo announcing that their Lights program is underway, so that's one of the ZANZEF programs that we're kicking off. So thanks in part to the action of our incentive programs, we're starting to see a lot more zero-emission vehicles commercially available. The vehicles on this slide here are available commercially, and we're offering incentives through the HVIP program for individuals who want to purchase these. So nearly all of these vehicles are currently available from smaller manufacturers, and while there are a good amount of them, they do not yet fully cover the full breadth of the diverse truck market. So in addition to the smaller manufacturers who are already offering commercially available vehicles, many of the major manufacturers with established footprints in this market are entering the arena. At this point, all major manufacturers are investing in zero-emission products, and many of them have plans for commercial products before 2024. So along with the vehicles, these companies are also bringing their service networks and distribution, service networks and dealerships along with them as they start to transition to zero-emission products. In addition to the manufacturers, major parts suppliers are entering the zero-emission truck market. So these companies are some of the biggest suppliers and are creating integrated solutions for electric powertrains, e-axles, and other components in a zero-emission supply chain. Many of these companies are building on their established relationships with these major truck manufacturers to develop solutions for the next generation of vehicles. In addition, many service and rental providers are also offering zero-emission vehicles for the first time. And so these providers can help provide service, distribution, technician training, and leasing solutions for zero-emission products. So all these individual companies entering the market will help the overall zero-emission transition. So compared to diesel and gasoline, zero-emission technology is relatively new compared to these others, and we're already starting to see progress and improvements in the technology. There's a lot of stuff we could cover, but just in general, a lot of this happening with innovative designs and newer solutions for both battery electric and fuel cell electric vehicles. So these new innovations are helping to decrease weight, increase range, and enable expansions to new markets and new market segments that may not have been feasible even a few years ago. And this slide is just meant to illustrate that there's different types of vehicles available right now across a large portion of the medium and heavy-duty truck market, with more of a focus in those early beachhead markets such as transit buses, but it is starting to grow to other sectors that may not have been as well suited a few years ago. So I'm going to be moving on to some of the policy drivers that are helping to move forward the zero-emission truck market. So as of today, state law is already going to be requiring that the state fleet begin purchasing zero-emission vehicles as a portion of their Class 6 through 8 truck sales. So it starts in 2025 and ramps up further in 2030. The San Pedro Bay ports of the Port of Los Angeles and the Port of Long Beach have released their 2017 Clean Air Action Plan update, which sets two aggressive goals of 100% zero-emission cargo handling equipment by 2030 and 100% zero-emission drayage by 2035. Considering that drayage trucks are some of the largest polluters, especially in these disadvantaged communities, this is major action that will help clean up the air around these ports. The city of Los Angeles has adopted its Green New Deal, which contains a lot of things, and many of them specifically relate to electrification. The city has plans to electrify its own fleet wherever possible, and is looking at other actions for taxi fleets, delivery, cargo handling equipment, drayage, and more. Lastly, many cities across the state are adopting zero-emission first programs to help get zero-emission vehicles into these municipal fleets. So if there are zero-emission vehicles available, many cities are looking to purchase them before any combustion counterpart. So there are policies happening outside of California as well. This past December, a group of states, including California and as well as the District of Columbia, signed a statement of intent to support the rapid adoption and expansion of zero-emission trucks. The goal is to formalize an agreement for a multi-state zero-emission action plan similar to what has been done on light duty. NESCOM, which is the Northeast States for Coordinated Air Use Management, is developing this and reaching out to more states to help expand the scope of this action. So this came about a little bit earlier. There is work standards in place already to support zero-emission truck markets, and more standards are currently being developed. Conductive charging up to 350 kilowatts and hydrogen refueling up to 10 kilograms is already in place through the existing light-duty standards. In addition, work is underway to develop new standards specifically for heavy-duty vehicles. Charin, an industry group consisting of many manufacturers, infrastructure providers, charging equipment producers, is looking at new standards above 1 megawatt of charging. And a memorandum of understanding was signed between 6 major players in the hydrogen space to develop a standardized protocol for heavy-duty, high-capacity hydrogen refueling. To support low-cost and low-carbon fuels, California has developed the Low-Carbon Fuel Standard Regulation. This rule requires fuel producers to reduce the carbon intensity of transportation fuels by 20% by 2030. So what this means for fleets is that any fleet who owns their own chargers or a hydrogen station is eligible to receive credits through the LCFS rulemaking, which can help offset the cost of these transportation fuels. To put this into more concrete terms, this slide gives an example of 3 different vehicles and compares the diesel versus gasoline, the diesel versus electric counterparts. So if a fleet switches from gasoline to diesel, diesel to electric, they can already save about 50% solely on their fuel costs. However, once you add in the fuel savings with the Low Carbon Fuel Standard Program, nearly the entirety of the fuel costs for these vehicles can be eliminated. For example, for a drayage truck that does about 40,000 miles a year, they can generate about $10,000 to $12,000 in LCFS credits on top of their fuel savings. Lastly, the LCFS program is a market-based system, so the credit price does go up and down. In this example, we're assuming a credit price of $125 a credit. For about the last 18 months, the actual price has been closer to $200 a credit, which means that these savings would be almost close to double what's being portrayed here. So the state's IOUs are investor-owned utilities are investing into heavy-duty infrastructure. Recently, the state's Public Utility Commission approved the utilities to invest $686 million over the next 5 years, specifically for medium and heavy-duty infrastructure. So what these programs are proposing is that the utilities will pay for and design electrical service upgrades on the customer property, and it is estimated to support charging for about 18,000 trucks, buses, and off-road pieces of equipment through 2023. In addition, if the infrastructure will be deployed in a disadvantaged community, there are rebates for the chargers as well. The publicly owned utilities are not under the Public Utility Commission jurisdiction, but are looking at their own programs to encourage transportation electrification. And there are many new proposals for electric rates specifically designed to get electric vehicles to be more affordable while maintaining utility principles. So there's a lot of action underway from the utilities to help support this transition. And just to give a little bit of background, the states, our sister agencies, are looking at ways to help facilitate this transfer to zero-emission technology. The California Energy Commission is developing a new infrastructure assessment as part of Assembly Bill 2127. So this will look at future zero-emission vehicle populations and forecast how much infrastructure is needed, how much energy is needed, and where it needs to be deployed. So this is estimated to be released sometime late 2020 or early 2021. In addition, the California Public Utilities Commission is developing their transportation electrification framework. So as proposed in the current draft released last week, it would direct the utilities to prepare a plan for how they plan to support transportation electrification in their territory, and providing guidance on what they should be doing, what metrics to be keeping track of to ensure that ratepayer dollars are used adequately. So that covers this section. Any questions at this point on anything covered about the market, the policy, or the vehicles here?
And Hannah, if you come on up, your section is next, and so we'll take a few questions, and then Hannah will give us an overview of what GoBiz is doing.
I'm sure Ray. Let's see Ray.
Should I go? Hi, it's Ray Pinga with Sierra Club. Paul, that was an excellent summary of so many things, and particularly on the infrastructure as well. And I just wanted to encourage anyone that's concerned about infrastructure. There's actually a tremendous amount of work going on with all of these agencies that just doesn't get any press. People don't know about it. But I would encourage anyone with a lot of questions to get a hold of the PUC's Transportation Electrification Framework staff proposal that just came out about a week ago. And if you just want, you can really get in the weeds if you want, but if you just read the executive summary, you'll find out there's a tremendous amount of work going on in this space. Thank you.
Hey guys, Matt again from Velocity. Paul, do you think you could elaborate a little bit on slide 33, your battery electric fuel cost savings with LCFS? Obviously, you know, depending on where you get the fuel you're dispensing from, and its CI score is going to determine your credit generation. I'm just curious, when we talk about the fuel savings with LCFS and then, you know, the other fuel savings, you say 100% fuel savings. Is that just the fact that you're not using diesel? Because I mean, it takes about 6,000 kilowatt hours of dispensed grid electricity to generate one credit. What you guys have here is $125, but if you look on the market, it's around $185 or so. Mm-hmm. So I'm just kind of curious how that translates out, and because I get it, right? You know, there's a lot of questions about infrastructure and where's the energy coming from, but cost of ownership, I don't know if it's this rosy that all of a sudden you just sign up for the LCFS and your fuel is free. I'm just not seeing that.
So in terms of how this basically works to get to 100%, to charge your electric vehicle, we're assuming about 18 cents a kilowatt hour, which is a little bit on the high side. Edison and some others have programs that you can charge for lower than that. So the LCFS program gives you a credit based on the amount of energy you use. if you're using electricity from the grid, today you would get about, I believe it works out being about 18 cents per kilowatt hour dispensed. So your net cost, your fuel cost minus the revenue from the LCFS credit essentially cancels out. So your fuel saving would be 100% in that. Thanks to the LCFS credits, there would be no fuel costs.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, the short of summary is if you charge your truck overnight and you pay 18 cents, which is kind of high in some areas, it's 2 cents off if you're in PG&E potentially or San Diego, but the LCFS credits will actually offset the entire cost of your electricity. And so that's ultimately what that reflects. And so if you're spending $25,000 a year in your diesel in a drayage application, and then when you're using electricity, using your own charger, then your cost would, in essence, be zero. So you'd save $25,000 a year. So even though the vehicle costs more, and you have to incur the infrastructure cost, there is a fuel savings that's a pretty straightforward mechanism. Now, if you're not the station owner and you're fueling somewhere else, then those credits would go to the station owner. That they could then reflect it in the cost of electricity to you, or however they want to charge it. So, I can't actually hear you, but okay, yeah, but so in terms
So the
of
question was, if we could have someone from the LCFS group come in and talk about this. We definitely can. This is meant to be a kickoff workshop, and we can definitely have some further conversation about LCFS and how it can apply for fleets.
and we're not.
Can you turn the mic on, please? Thanks, Don.
Sorry, it's just, I don't think it's reflective of reality. If I'm a fleet owner and I'm like, oh, 100% of my fuel costs is going to be covered just by going into the LCFS, I don't know. Yeah, an 18 cents a kilowatt hour is high, but at the same time, if you're pulling off the grid, again, it'd be helpful to have someone from Low Carbon Fuel Standard here to actually explain if there's significant savings, because there's no timeline. You're saying you charge overnight, all of a sudden all your costs are offset. I don't know.
Matt, I would add to you, right, this, depending on the fuel pathway, so if you take like a landfill gas and you burn it and you charge a car with it, it could have a negative carbon intensity of 400 to 600. And so these numbers might actually be, these are very conservative numbers potentially. But I think we'll chat with you offline.
To be clear, the credit is based on using average grid electricity, so nothing special, not solar, nothing like that. And then just broadly for the group is, yeah, we're not going to get into details on costs but in future meetings, we will definitely go over cost and the details and assumptions, and we'll be looking at different truck uses and different charging strategies as getting into that, but that'll be a future meeting.
Hi, Bob Helbing, board member of the Monrovia Chamber of Commerce, past president of the Institute of Heating and Air Conditioning Industries. I heard you mention charging trucks overnight. I didn't see much in the infrastructure presentation on energy generation. I think right now 44% of the state's electricity comes from burning natural gas. There's another portion that comes from burning coal out of state that comes into state. We do have a lot of solar, but it generally comes in during the day. There is a sharp uptick in fossil fuel generation once the sun goes down. So a lot of this overnight charging is going to be based on burning fossil fuels rather than relying on renewables. Is that factored into some of these calculations?
Well, as we touched on in the earlier slides, the grid is going to be completely carbon neutral by 2045 and like on the order of 60% renewable by 2030. So our grid is just getting cleaner and cleaner, and you even mentioned coal, but I know coal is being phased out very quickly. And a lot of new generation is in fact renewable. And then all I can add to that is, as you may see on your own bills, the way the utilities are rolling out time of use rates and other things are to ultimately reflect that they want to encourage you to use electricity during the mornings and nighttime versus later in the afternoon when there is higher cost electricity, for instance, and that's all part of the solution.
But commercial trucks are generally used daytime.
Mm-hmm.
That's their peak usage. It's not like passenger vehicles, which peak in the morning commute and the evening commute.
Okay.
So these trucks will be almost certainly charging overnight, as you said. I know that there's a lot of effort being put in to make the grid renewable, but I don't know if there's any practical solution to the problem that the sun goes down at night. There's talk about energy storage. I think the largest building in the world is Elon Musk's Gigafactory, and it makes, what, 50 gigawatt hours of batteries per year. The state uses how many gigawatt hours of electricity per day? It's probably on the order of 800 or 900. So his factory would need about 40 years of production to provide 1 day's worth of backup to the state. I know that that goal of 100% renewable is out there. I don't think there's been a practical plan to hit that goal rolled out yet.
Okay. Yeah, so there's a lot going on, and ultimately the standards are based on all the electricity delivered. But the utilities, in fact, are putting in a lot of storage right now to, as part of the overall grid planning too. So there's a lot going on in that direction, and the timelines we're talking about are 20 years. So I think there'll continue to be progress as the vehicles get rolled out.
Hi, Dawn Fenton again from Volvo. Another question. In one of your slides, you mentioned about incentives being used to help fleets to adopt or accept zero-emission vehicles before a regulatory compliance. I'm wondering, what is that a policy? Is that a CARB policy? Is that a? Can you tell me where that comes from? And whether, because I'm concerned that once we have the ACT regulation in place and there's a mandate, various incentives are going to be able to be used to meet the ACT regulation. And if not, I see that as a big problem for many of the OEMs in terms of, because these vehicles are going to be significantly more expensive for some time. Okay, I guess my question is more the source of that policy that incentives cannot be used to meet a regulatory requirement.
Yeah, so ultimately part of that answer really depends on the funding source. Some is legislation specifies that it can't be for anything that's already required. Some of the funding is a policy decision that the board has made and has had in place for essentially a decade now. But so the question as to what the role of funding should be is an item to be addressed, and I think is not something that we're going to have the answer to everything, up front. The way we structure a rule is pretty important because the way we structure a rule can limit the opportunity for certain funding sources. But at the same time, we're not necessarily approaching this regulation for the next 20 years with the assumption that funding will be necessary for it to actually work. So there's going to be a right balance, and ultimately, where funding is allocated, where it might be needed, it's going to be a continuing discussion.
So basically, you're saying that, just to clarify then, various funding incentive programs, it can vary, that policy.
Yeah. Well, and over time, technologies have graduated out of needing funding, for instance, and so we foresee that happening here, and with certain market segments, the need for funding should go away in a matter of years. Question's how many? Well, yeah, and then in terms of, I guess if you're asking in terms of the manufacturer sales requirement, again, there's similarities to our light duty. In there haven't been, so in our light duty policies, it's manufacturers must sell zero emission cars as part of their sales. That hasn't been a restriction in being able to provide funding for people to buy the cars and have cash on the hood, if you will. So that is, so when we do the manufacturer requirement, that doesn't necessarily put up a barrier. But as we look at the fleet strategies, then it can. And it really depends on how we structure it. And so that's part of the discussion today, because some of how funding may or may not be, the funding opportunity may be affected is going to depend on what approach we take.
Okay, thank you.
Tim Blubaugh with the Truck and Engine Manufacturers Association. I just have a comment or a suggestion based on Matt's question about the LCFS. You put up a pretty impressive list of ZANZEF programs that are deploying trucks. Wouldn't there be data in there that would show what the LCFS credits are, what they're paying, what those users are paying for electricity, and what kind of LCFS credits they're receiving to show whether it's zeroing out or what? It seems like the data exists, and it would be interesting to see.
Well, I believe how much electricity they're using would be part of the data being collected. In terms of what they sell the credits for, I don't know if that would be part of that data collection. But ultimately, the credits are based on how many kilowatt hours of electricity you actually use, and what the market price is when you sell it. Yeah. And well, so Paul's mentioning the transit fleet. So for instance, NREL's been collecting data for 6 years now on one of the Foothill Transit operation, but is only reporting the energy use in terms of, well, natural gas in their example as a baseline vehicle, and how much electricity they're actually using. They don't include how much they sold their LCFS credits for that. So it's actually not even described in the report. But if you know how much electricity you use, you can calculate how many credits they have or have earned, and then it's just a matter of what market price did they sell it at. That's what it comes down to. And so for those who aren't familiar with it, San Diego Airport Company, I think, has 6 vans. 3 of them were electric. They earned LCFS credits, have sold them on the market. Being a smaller entity, I think there's some more challenges to selling the credits, but there's an example of somebody who was a very small entity who was able to take advantage of the program. So it should be pretty straightforward for a bigger company. And again, we'll get into how to take advantage of that program and some even these cost questions, I think, at a subsequent meeting.
So before we take any more questions from the audience, we have several online questions. One from Scott Hendrick with the Renewable Energy Group. He says, it seems like there might be a potential disconnect between the number of Class 2 and 3 vehicles and the data collection. If I read one of the previous slides correctly, there are over 1 million vehicles in this category, but the data collection focuses on the large fleet operators. Those large fleet operators likely have larger class vehicles with much more smaller numbers. So the data collection we're looking to collect data from the large entities that own vehicles. We would also collect information on their Class 2 and 3 as well as the larger class vehicles.
Okay. So we have another one from Keith Adams from Climate Change Regulatory Advisor. So his question is, while titled Zero Emission Fleet Rules, the discussion appears to focus exclusively on the transition to electric vehicles. Is a regulation being developed to offer comparable incentives for hydrogen fuel cell vehicles? So when we talk about electric vehicles, we mean both battery electric and fuel cell electric. We treat both of them as the same, so that we don't see a distinction. Both of them are zero emission. So in terms of regulatory incentives, they would be treated equally wherever possible. So next question is from, if it loads, 1 second. We can take a question in the audience.
Eric Andrews with GNA. So just a follow-up on the last couple of comments here in the room. We have been doing a tremendous amount of work with a number of heavy-duty truck OEMs and fleet users, and I can't stress enough how important I think it would be to have some real-world data to complement these kinds of discussions, because I've got some information here in front of me that shows one of the fleets we work with. They have 6 different sites. A couple of different fleets we work with have 6 different sites that we've collected data on, and the charging can be in that 15 to 18 cent per kilowatt hour overnight. Now that's for an overnight charging, but not all fleets park overnight. Actually, particularly in this part of the world, it makes sense for fleets to drive overnight. So they end up charging during the day. And some of the other sites that we've looked at have rates averaging over the course of the last month or two, 25, 26 cents. But some of them are up at $1.05, and there's even a site that has $7.36 kilowatt hour. So I think your LCFS credits at the same time are a little bit conservative. Some of the credits values that we've seen are in the 25, 26, 28 cents kilowatt hour range. So you can get actually some more offset there. But not all fleets are the same. Not all fleets drive a nice, neat 8 hours during the day, park at night, can charge off peak. And the more real-world data we can have from these projects, to echo the last comment about all these ANSEF projects and other projects, it's going to be really critical because the data is all over the map right now. And I think the fleet world really wants to have proven case studies and reliable information to go on to say, all right, this makes sense.
So thank you for that. I mean, I think we largely agree, and that is partly one of the reasons in the manufacturer sales requirement that we are proposing to have fleets report a lot of information on how they use their trucks so we can better assess whether they're returning to base, can charge at night, versus if they can, to ultimately inform the decisions here on how to move forward. So.
Okay, so I guess we'll go to the online question now. So the next question from Matthew Forrest from Daimler. So his question is, given the potential challenge of implementing a market segment approach in the advanced clean truck rule, would it be more feasible for CARB to implement the market segment approach in the advanced clean truck fleet rule? So doing so will allow CARB to use the ACT rule to establish the ZEV deployment minimum floor for each manufacturer and allow the fleet purchase rule to drive sales volumes higher than the floor in the targeted segments by the targeted fleet operators. It will also enable the traditional business-to-business sales negotiations to occur, ensuring tighter alignment between vehicle production and vehicle purchases. So I think that's definitely an idea we want to explore. One of the concepts we'll be talking about later is whether we can use something similar to the EMA approach, where we look at specific sectors as a fleet rule concept. So that's definitely on the table. We want to see if it's feasible or what challenges might be out there.
Troy Musgrave with Dependable Highway Express. Under the drayage section of your slide, you indicated a 2.1 kilowatt per mile average, I assume. What was the source of that data? What was the variables? Is the data available to be reviewed?
Yeah, so that data came from I think it was 2014 or 2016 study by UC Riverside on an electric drayage tractor on a dyno test in a couple of city, urban cycles, highway driving, and the average for the results was about 2.1 kilowatt hours. So that's meant to be one example, and we are looking to get better data, but that's where that came from.
One quick question, was it laden or empty?
I think it was loaded to 65,000 pounds. I'd have to double check that.
Thank you.
And like I say, that's part of the data collection that's going on with a lot of the newer tractors that are being demonstrated to get real-world information from a lot more vehicles, because that was an earlier one, so the newer ones, we'll see how those play out. So again, roughly a year that I think a lot of that data will become available.
Can I ask the question, if we pull that kilowatt per mile from manufacturer spec sheets, is that an appropriate data source, or does anyone have an opinion of, do we need to pull from other sources than that?
It still depends on the condition. Still depends on the conditions of the the trial. Yeah. Where did it go? What region did it run? What were the grades? How much weight was being pulled? What kind of trailing equipment was being pulled? A lot of variables.
No, there are, and I think that's part of getting the real-world data to see what it tells us. Yeah. Okay, so we'll take one more, and then we'll have Hannah cover her part, and then we'll move on to the next section.
Jeff Orr, FCA. Noting that multiple states have expressed interest in having the medium and heavy duty ZEV rule, are you guys looking at including some pooling and traveling provisions in the ACT rule, similar to what was done in the light duty ZEV rule?
So you're referring to the manufacturer sales requirement. I think the short answer is no. We haven't actually really even discussed that as part of the workshop process. So that's a new one, but that's an item for next week, but maybe we can talk after this meeting.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Hannah Goldsmith. I'm the lead advisor for zero emission vehicle market development at the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development. And I don't expect you to remember that entire name. So that is short for GoBiz. And so, I have this. Do a brief overview of GoBiz. GoBiz is broader than just the zero emission vehicle market development unit. We also are kind of a one-stop shop for business services in California. So as an example, our business investment services and permitting divisions can help a business that wants to come to California or expand in California with site selection, incentive, tax credit, funding navigation, permit negotiation, things like that. And it's free and confidential for any business. And I won't get into each division, but the iBank is particularly interesting. They run a number of different financing and loan programs. And if you noticed in the governor's proposed budget that came out in January, they're is the Climate Catalyst Proposed Fund. And if that were to be approved, the iBank would administer it, and it could go towards financing projects in this sector and would be an additional source of assistance for that. So if you're interested in green financing opportunities, we would love your engagement on this. To get into the zero emission vehicle unit, of which I am a part, so we have done a lot to try to remove implementation barriers for the ZEV market. And so there are some examples on here. Our team has put together a hydrogen guidebook on putting in hydrogen stations, as well as an electric vehicle charging station permitting guidebook. And the map on here is an example of our efforts on EV charging station permitting streamlining. So there was a law passed in 2015 called AB 1236, which requires local jurisdictions to streamline the permitting process for electric vehicle charging stations. It requires jurisdictions to do a number of activities to prove that they've done this. And so to monitor compliance with that law, we've put together this map, and we're essentially grading jurisdictions on how good they are at streamlining the permitting process for this. So over the next year or so, we're also doing intensive outreach to what we call Turn the State Green. We want every jurisdiction to be streamlined, and that will help this market as well. A lot of those efforts and a lot of the permitting right now is focused on the light duty side, but that streamlining also applies for medium and heavy duty vehicles. And so we also provide ZEV-related business support, similar to what I was talking about as GoBiz before, but since our unit is focused on zero-emission vehicles, we handle business support there, and we also do existing and proposed regulatory navigation assistance. So if you're having a hard time understanding what is required of you under state law in California, or you need help engaging on a proposed rulemaking, we are here to assist you as an entity to support businesses. And then just briefly, I know the CARB folks showed the ZEV action plan earlier. That is, the 2018 priorities update is still in effect, but we're in the process of working on an update, and that's an example of our efforts to coordinate better interagency, breaking down silos and things like that. So that's a good segue to talking about the next slide, we have a concept under development and how we're envisioning the next iteration of sort of the ZEV action plan. And so, thought you were signaling to me. So the picture on the right is a map of all state activities that have to do with transportation and mobility. And the size of the bubble indicates that entity's sort of either funding amount or footprint in this space. And so, as you can see, this is slightly complicated. So what we're trying to do is really put together a framework to make this entire process much easier for a stakeholder to navigate and really get the agencies together and streamlined, similar to the way we're working on streamlining in other ways. The action plans previously had focused on kind of getting the market up and going, and now we're focused on scale. What do we need to do to scale the market, to make our processes easy to understand for the market, easy to get plugged into, pardon the pun, and just really move forward. So we are welcoming fleet and stakeholder input on this. It's going to be absolutely critical. As this is under development, we're still in the early stages, so we'll be having many opportunities for engagement here. And then I'll get into the next piece that is a little bit more relevant for today. So as kind of an output of that framework process, we're envisioning a zero-emission medium and heavy-duty vehicle deployment and market acceleration strategy. So this would be very tied into the issues that are happening in scaling the medium and heavy-duty zero-emission vehicle market. And the goal would be to clearly articulate the barriers that we see to advancing and accelerating the market. And then we would work to overcome those barriers where the state can solve them or where the state can help diminish issues. We should be doing so. And we would do this collectively with our state agency partners and with feedback from market participants. And so you can see here on the slide kind of the way that we're thinking about this. This is early on too, so we're welcoming feedback. And then as has been discussed today already, there are a number of key barriers to scaling this market. So we are aware of that. We can pull them from documents that have come from the Air Resources Board, the Energy Commission, the PUC, many of you in the room today. And so I can quickly walk through. Obviously, upfront costs have to do with the upfront costs of the vehicle as compared to traditional technologies, as well as other early costs that are inherent in transitioning to new technology. The infrastructure side has been identified multiple times as probably the most challenging barrier. So as fleets are transitioning from small to larger deployments, that will continue to be something that comes up. And sort of just to explain what's on here, the complications side includes understanding size and capacity constraints at existing sites, how much charging infrastructure is needed for the sort of transition that you're doing, how long will it take to get it in, how long will the process take to work with your utility or hydrogen fueling provider. And coordination sort of refers to the infrastructure needs for supporting the level of zero-emission vehicles contemplated by current and proposed regulatory measures, many of which coming out of the Air Resources Board, and how much time is needed to roll out that level of charging infrastructure holistically. So I should have mentioned that we're looking at this, it's not only in the context of the Advanced Clean Trucks regulation, it's the entire medium heavy-duty off-road sector, of which there are many duty cycles, and we understand that the answers and the barriers are going to be different depending on what you're looking at, which area you're involved with. On workforce considerations, we're doing a deep dive currently to better understand sort of the efforts underway on this. So there are a couple of entities in California that work on workforce issues, and so we're looking into that to better understand it, as well as what sorts of assessment and planning efforts are occurring right now to scale the market in the ways that we envision, and particularly to the zero-emission vehicle transportation sector. Funding, obviously, is extremely important, and we recognize that the start-stop nature of certain funding sources, as well as the amount of funding compared to our state goals, is a challenge. So we also hear feedback that it's not clear to stakeholders where all the funding exists for a particular project. So one opportunity we're thinking through is trying to do some sort of one-stop shop situation where if you have different components of a project that are eligible for different funding sources, how can we get that into one application or one way to better understand how to take advantage of the funding that is available. For fleet guidance and tools, we've received some feedback that it would be helpful for the state, and this has been done in the context of the Innovative Clean Transit Rule. It'd be helpful to provide more guidance to fleets so each fleet doesn't start from scratch every time they decide to transition to zero-emission technologies. We can compile lessons learned, we can put together documents, contact information for the folks that you need to reach out to at your utility or for permitting, things like that. So we're looking into how better do that and make sure that there is an easy place to find it, because there are a lot of great resources out there, but it's not always easy to find. And then finally on here, and I think Don mentioned the charging infrastructure working group recommendation that was made at the Air Resources Board meeting in December. And so we recognize the importance of working through a lot of these infrastructure challenges, and we're working with CARB to determine what a timeline looks like for something like this, as well as how addressing some of these other barriers maybe could fit into that sort of working group. Additionally, we've heard the feedback that it would be helpful to continue stakeholder forums, like the meeting between manufacturers, fleets, and agencies that preceded the sort of formal Advanced Clean Trucks workshops. So we're open to facilitating these sorts of efforts, and we want to hear feedback from all of you on what you think would be most useful. So with that, I can take questions if we have time. Thank you.
Yes, this is Chris Chavez with Coalition for Clean Air. Thank you for the presentation, and certainly interested in seeing how the governor's office approaches this. I think the main thing that I want to emphasize, and you touched on this briefly, was about the funding for incentives. The governor's January budget reduces incentives for heavy-duty funding by about $32 million, which is a major concern and really goes counter to the greenhouse gas reduction commitments and the need to meet federal air quality attainment goals. So I really want to emphasize the need for those climate investments. I'd also like to ask, you mentioned about the Climate Catalyst Fund. However, my understanding of that proposals that's really focused on new and emerging technologies while not really investing in currently commercially available technologies and really using it as an incentive source. So what's kind of the vision and the goals of this Catalyst Climate Fund? Is it really going to just be focused on emerging technologies versus actual deployment?
Sure, thank you. That's a good question. And on the piece regarding reduced HVIP and medium and heavy duty funding as well, we definitely recognize that as a barrier and are continuing to have conversations with all the entities that are making decisions on funding. I will note that as happens a lot when the budget first comes out, the amount of revenue available from cap and trade is lower, and then it can be revised before the budget is ultimately passed. So there may be some room there for increasing that, but I obviously can't make any promises. For the Climate Catalyst Fund, you're correct that it would largely seek to help bring forward opportunities or technologies that generally are more at risk, that cannot receive traditional financing. That doesn't mean that it would only be new technologies. It could still be used by certain fleets or other entities that are transitioning and are having a hard time getting access to capital, or other things like that. We're working right now to outline different opportunities where we think it would be most useful. So if people have ideas about essentially like a project or an idea that we could put into a one-pager to provide as examples of things we would fund, that's what we're doing right now. And I will point out too that the iBank already does offer a number of financing and loan programs that could be applicable for infrastructure upgrades, for example, or infrastructure additions for charging and hydrogen for fleets, particularly municipalities and nonprofit entities. As we get into the commercial sector, it gets a little more complicated.
So Hannah, there's a couple of questions online specifically for you. This is from Michelle Kittman, and it says, what is the timeline for the GoBiz market research on fleets? Will it be compiled into one resource?
Yeah, so we're working on the timeline now. As I mentioned, we're in the very early stages of defining the scope and doing a lot of outreach with stakeholders and our agency partners. It's likely that the medium and heavy duty component would be sort of continuously going as this market continues to expand. The barriers will change over time, or certain barriers will become worse or better, and so we would want to be able to be flexible with that, but I think over the next year will really be the main time frame for getting stuff going and getting resources out there, and it really just depends, I think, on what the solution is that we're working on, but hopefully have all the barriers identified on a much faster timeline.
Good. There's one more question online. It's from Alan Langdon with Nikola Motor. Also very interested in supporting the Climate Catalyst effort. We are working very hard to develop a model to be a hydrogen fueling provider, working in collaboration with utility partners to help address fuel cost, electricity rate, to produce hydrogen and sitting requirements.
Great, thanks. Come
I
talk
guess it's
to
a
us.
comment, yeah.
You can email me.
We'll take the question over here with the person with the microphone. I think she's been waiting for some time. You got it? Okay, thank you, sorry.
Frank Capone, LA County Sanitation Districts. This particular segment went differently than I expected, but probably a good thing. On fleet rule concepts, are you looking, or I'm sure you are looking, how to deal with SB1 and how that ties your hands in trying to have existing fleets turn around to become zero emissions? And I know this afternoon you're going to talk about market segments, but unfortunately I have a competing meeting in the building at 1:30, so I'm going to ask this question now. Because you had mentioned earlier on about EMA and their proposal at the board meeting, and one of the things which I wanted to slap Jeb Mandel across the head when he sat down, was that he proposed the garbage hauling industry could be fully electrified by 26. So this, besides being enormously aggressive, how would you get around all the SB1 issues that would come from trying to have fleets turn around to become zero emissions?
So I was going to respond with, yeah, we are specifically discussing that in the next session, but since you're leaving, I'll go ahead and answer that. I mean, one, we're not looking at accelerated replacements as a general strategy, so really don't see an issue with SB1. And the EMA proposal was that 100% of sales would be zero emissions starting in 2026, so it wasn't that the fleet would be converted by that point in time. So
okay, so for now, as far as SB1 goes, you were just looking for a natural turnover.
For the most part, I
of the
mean,
fleet.
if we're talking any accelerated replacements, we're talking 2035, 2040 timeframe.
It depends in part on the type of rule concepts we go with, but in general, SB1 doesn't have any issues if we have requirements on the point of purchase. It's just when we get into retirement or retrofitting, that's when the useful life provision comes up.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate your presentation, Ms. Goldsmith. It was just fabulous, one of the best I've ever seen. This is Eileen at the California Electric
My prior
Transportation Coalition. I think what you're hearing today is really interesting to me from an infrastructure perspective side. We are very aware and appreciate Hannah's acknowledgement that the infrastructure is probably one of the biggest barriers in this transformation, particularly for the fleets. The fleets have to have the fueling infrastructure in place before the trucks get there. You can't just deliver them with a level 1 charger in the back and tell them to plug into the wall like you can a passenger car. So I think it is a really big barrier. And Hannah, you mentioned that you were creating, it sounded like a group, and I know we have talked to you about perhaps a task force around infrastructure. And I think ideally it would be not just state agencies, but also like the utilities, for example. So I'm just wondering, was that what you were referencing, or how far along is that, or where are we on that one?
Yeah, good question. So we don't have a task force developed, but I think it would be similar to what you're contemplating before and advocating for, and what was discussed at the board meeting. In terms of timeline for figuring that out, we're going to be working with CARB and the Energy Commission and the PUC to determine that. And I think absolutely stakeholders, particularly the utilities, as well as fleets and manufacturers, we wouldn't want it to get too huge, obviously, because there are a number of issues that we need to overcome quickly. But we are thinking through how to do that and want your input on how you see that best moving forward. So absolutely,
thank you.
Can make that happen.
Thanks.
Okay, so we have one more question for Hannah online. This is from Nico Bukamp from the California Fuel Cell Partnership. He says, Hannah, a person dedicated to support implementation of medium-duty, heavy-duty, zero-emission vehicle fueling infrastructure in context of the Advanced Clean Truck Regulations, sales, and fleet, would be helpful for operators and fleets and zero-emission vehicle fuel providers to implement zero-emission fueling infrastructure. So I think it's more of a comment that having a person devoted to this would be very helpful.
Yes, thank you. Absolutely.
Who has, you have a microphone? Okay. So we'll take this one and then we'll go ahead and move to the next section.
In talking about, and Michael Sills, C3 Fuels, in talking about the approach to infrastructure, I'm going to say, one of my neighbors just down the street's a fleet operator, and he just purchased, in the last probably 5 months, about 88 natural gas tractors. He was incentivized by the $100,000 credit that he would receive on each one of those units. I found out from him towards the end of last year that he was also looking at putting a natural gas dispensing system at his yard. And he must have got a really good price on it because he believes he can get it done for $700,000. Would you say that's probably a bad investment for him at this point? I mean, he's planning on getting another 16 trucks in the next 2 months, natural gas trucks, and spending about $650,000 to $700,000 on a natural gas dispensing system. I told him I was coming here today and that I'd probably come back and bring some news for him.
Okay.
So-
Well, I can say that, I can answer the question this way. When we looked at transit buses, 60% of them in the state are operating on natural gas. And our board did approve the regulation to ultimately transition all of them to zero emission by roughly the 2040 timeframe. So it's not an overnight transition, but ultimately the end goal would be zero emission. As we kind of touched on, we look at, when we're looking at early electrification, we're looking at these market segments that are more suitable today, given what the vehicle technology is and the infrastructure needs, likely being on a return to base operation. But for longer distance trucks or long haul type applications, we would need a public fueling network throughout the country for that to actually work. So if he's in a type of operation that's doing long distance travel like that, that's not going to be a category that we're likely to target very early. But the end goal would be if we think that we can, depending on how the technology develops, electrify that sector, then eventually we would too. But that could be much further out in the future.
He brought it up to me because I think a year and a half ago when he started looking at this, he thought he was really forward-thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And now I think he's stuck in a corner where he's going to be he's going to be expired here pretty quickly.
Yeah. So I guess I'd say is if we can get your card or you can contact us, and we probably would be a good idea to speak to him and directly at a future meeting.
There you go.
So we need to move on. The next section is general truck characteristics. I'm actually going to have Paul do that one.
Okay. This is the other presentation.
Is it a different PowerPoint? I can grab it. Back to the other one?
You can start, Paul. You don't need a slide there to talk.
What slide is it? What number?
39.
Okay, so this section is meant to give a high-level overview on how trucks are used on average. So we understand that every fleet is, well, these are numbers on average. Every fleet is unique and it will be slightly different, but this is what a typical fleet looks like based on the data we have right now. So we'll be covering most of these points in the upcoming slides. I won't spend too much time on them, but we are aware that there's weight limit concerns for some of these vehicles and that they're operating near weight limits. And for zero emission technology, it is improving, and we're seeing that larger fleets that have multiple vehicles are probably the best suited for the early market, as they can put the zero emission vehicles on the best suited routes and leave the other routes for the conventionally fueled vehicles. So this is just meant to put into context some of the vehicles that are either available now or on the road in the next couple of years, and what they're capable of and how much either battery or fuel cell they're looking to need at this point. So there is a good variety right now, and it is looking to cover a good amount of needs in the upcoming years. So this slide shows some data we have from a little bit from the older study, the 2002 VIAS, that kind of looks at different truck types, body configurations, and tries to see what their typical annual mileage is. So based on this data source, the majority of trucks operate under 100 miles a day. Only tractors really exceed that threshold. So this means that for most straight trucks, under 100 miles a day is typical, although it will vary on individual days and for individual fleets. And this slide is specifically focused on tractors. So this is based on the more recent 2002 California VIAS, and it's meant to show that the general 2018. It shows generally that while there are a lot of tractors in the state, and they do have a big variety in the amount of miles, the majority of them do under 200 miles a day. And this is looking solely at the tractors who are registered through DMV or the IRP tractors who have California as their home state. So there's a huge variety, but in general, a good amount of tractors do under 200 miles. So the next couple slides cover at a high level the different vehicle class groups we're looking at. These aren't meant to be in-depth looks at specific vocations, just broadly what are the different groups of vehicles and how do they generally work. So in the class 2B and 3 category, there's mainly 3 types of vehicles. Pickups and vans are the largest ones. Cab chassis are a smaller portion. Pickups in this class generally have a higher payload and towing capabilities than their light-duty partners, and are usually often purchased by either small fleets or individuals. Vans are used for a variety of services. There's passenger vans, cargo vans used by contractors, deliveries, all sorts of stuff. And cab chassis typically end up being used by a good variety, utility bodies, boxes, different things like that. The next group is the class 4 through 8 straight trucks. This is generally any vehicle that's built as a chassis cab by the manufacturer and later a separate body builder puts the body on the back. So it's a very wide variety of vehicles. On the right, you can see some of the varieties. There's more coming up in later slides. It's meant for a variety of vocational applications. If you need to move something, you get a box truck. If you need to repair service lines, you use a bucket truck. Many of these are kind of more local than other trucks. They stay in a specific region and do their service within the area. And often these are the vehicles doing first mile or last mile deliveries or worksite operations as for utility trucks. And this is just meant to illustrate that oftentimes a single chassis can become multiple types of bodies. So a chassis cab can become a flatbed, box truck, shuttle bus, any of these options. So the manufacturer knows what the chassis is, but they may not know what the ultimate end use is. It does open up possibilities that if a manufacturer electrifies one platform, it can be used across many different body types, which is something that should help the overall market. Lastly, on tractors, so these vehicles do the most miles and have the highest emissions. They often operate at ports, warehouses, and disadvantaged communities, which makes them a key item of interest for us. They're used for a very wide variety of applications. Long haul is most well known, but regional, drayage, agriculture, local delivery. There's many different ways that these can be used in actual applications, and there are a few different configurations as well for these vehicles. Day cabs, sleeper cabs, some of the more vocational applications. So while they do seem kind of uniform, there is a good amount of variety in this class. So that's just meant to be a quick high-level overview. Do we have time for questions? Just keep going. Okay.
We can take some questions.
Okay, so any questions at this point?
Yeah, that was good. Let me get on Sean. Got the message, Gus? Yeah. I mean, it's more for people who don't have trucks to be aware of it.
Cool. Thank you, Sean Edgar with Clean Fleets, and I think I'll do this before lunch because I don't want to give you indigestion after lunch. I'll take a few minutes with my colleague Frank Capone still in the room to let you know that many of us who sat in this room in the late 90s and 2000 who had the adventure of going through the South Coast Rule 1193 process, we've seen this movie before, and I guess to a certain degree, 20 years of business disruption that completely changed the way the waste industry does business, and $1 billion of investment just in the waste industry, I'd be a lot more appetized for lunch had I not lived through that experience. So I'll just take a quick minute and touch on, just for our refuse industry clients, you've got other folks here with the public utilities and agencies and telecommunications and ag that we work with, but I'll just punctuate for a minute because it ties in to a lot of different elements. So first of all, the Air Resources Board and South Coast AQMD have had no better friend than the solid waste industry. And what I mean by that is the $1 billion of investment. With public agencies like Frank's group, it takes long-term planning, bonding, and organization. Quick example from City of Sacramento where I live. City just went through a 3-year rate setting to be able to implement the new organics legislation and build a CNG station, and nowhere baked into that doubling of the rate for me as their customer is a single zero-emission vehicle truck. So I was going to be flippant to the gentleman over here and just say, tell your friend it's a bad idea, freeze and do nothing until we get through this multi-year process. But I wouldn't be jaded and cynical, so I'll try and be upbeat and positive. Just to let you know that by CARB's definition, the waste industry is a provider of essential public service. So what does that mean? That means that the wastewater needs to flow, trash needs to get picked up, and we serve multiple masters. So I mentioned the organics legislation. So the challenge is that the all indicators are down right now. The recycling rate is down. The market for recyclable commodities that the public puts into their blue can, that market is, I can say friendly, it's in the toilet, and it's so much in the toilet that the industry is looking for billions of dollars, and the governor's office and everybody else realizes it's going to be a multi-billion-dollar investment just to be able to deal with the recyclable commodities, because we know the public in California well enough to know everybody wants to recycle, but unless there is a provider of the essential public service to collect it, take it to a really expensive facility, and try to keep as much out of the landfill as possible, it's not going to happen on its own. So we serve the masters of SB 1383, the organics legislation, which will take hundreds of millions of investment over the next several years. We have AB 1826, requiring mandatory collection. We have AB 32, which has been a driver for our industry to go to natural gas, which I'll talk about in a few minutes. And then AB 939, the historic state law that gave us the recycling mandate that said by the year 2000, we're going to take 50% out of the landfill, is a woeful failure at this point in the ballgame because of China sword and the other fall-offs in the commodities. So having said that, just to try to accent the positive, and I've done a lot of these planning processes, so I'll try to just hit on 3 things that I know, and being growing up in the 70s and having my grandparents force me watch game shows, this is a Monty Hall. Door number 1, door number 2, door number 3. Door number 1 says reliability. The truck's got to work every day because you're our customer. Door number 2 says billions of dollars will be needed to get to the plug of the future, and also hundreds of millions of dollars have already been invested in the natural gas infrastructure that is been a challenge for the last 20 years to build, including several hundred million from this agency in this building, several hundred million of private capital. And I noticed, just as a note, your SRIA document assumed that there was going to be a 20-year amortization of the new EVSE, the new charging infrastructure. So if you're assuming that on the go forward, I would assume you would at least accept 20 years as what the infrastructure value for the stuff that's already built. And then door number 3, there's a famous former president who his campaign manager in his successful run for president said it's all about the economy, stupid. So the economy, as it relates to the waste sector and a lot of other sectors that we'll talk about, is down right now. And especially the public ability to, everybody wants clean stuff, and that's great, but having gone through the rate process in Sacramento, and I've been up in front of a lot of county supervisors and city councils trying to sell your program, and what I've noticed is one thing that ARB is not involved itself in is the issue of how to deal with the rate impacts. That's something where industry's been left to fight it out on our own. And as Don mentioned from Volvo, we've seen this happen time and time again, where you mandate a clean technology, industry moves toward the clean technology, the rug gets pulled out from any of the grant funding and financing, because obviously grant funding and financing is trying to stay ahead of the curve, but the point is right now we end up with the folks in the room are still buying much more costly natural gas vehicles. Your staff at MSCD said, no, we're not going to really fund that under HVIP anymore. We have a 3-year investment plan that says on the go forward, we really want to concentrate on zero electric vehicles. And we've got folks that can add near zero vehicles today. Todd Campbell touched on that. They should get some credit for adding near zero vehicles today because they've become mainstream, because it's taken 20 years to get them dialed in. They're still 50 grand more expensive, and now we have no way to offset that cost other than perhaps going in front of the cities and counties that we work with and crying a little bit and say, hey, this is a cleaner truck. And so the bottom line is, I'll hand the microphone over just to say, we can try to work toward a Monty Hall door 1, 2, or 3. Hopefully we'll find a way that there are sectors that it can be done, because right now I'm more feeling like Howie Mandel, it's deal or no deal. And what you're telling us, I can't have enough to make a deal for multi-generational family operators that have had to go into a bank with a business plan, borrow money, and they're on a platform that is super clean right now. And for some reason, as a policy matter, you all don't like as clean as they are. So I'll hand over the microphone just to say thank you, and I'm sure we'll talk a little bit more after lunch.
This is Paul Ryan with the Inland Empire Disposal Association. I'm not sure if I'm door 1, 2, or 3. However, I just wanted to bring out some observations for you to consider as you go forward. In your presentation on mileage and so forth, going back to the EMA study and the additional study that you did in the market analysis, keep in mind that with the changes in law, as Sean mentioned, it's increased our travel times and also mileage. And if you go back to your ISOR and the CEQA documents within ACT as well as SB 1383, neither you nor Cal Recycle really addressed the vehicle trips and vehicle miles traveled for the refuse fleets. Consequently, the information that you have, or you're presenting based on the studies that we've done internally, are much lower than what is real term mileage and distances that we do as far as daily activities in the refuse industry. Further, we look forward to working with Volvo and CalSTART in the studies because Volvo has identified the area within Fontana as well as Rio Hondo College and San Bernardino Valley College are key players in the future for infrastructure and training and so forth. So we'll be at the table as we go forward, and we'll want to work with you carefully to look at all of the options as we go forward, because these are very costly things to the industry. And remember, everything that we do is going to be a cost to the ratepayers. And if you look at where we're at right now, we're moving from good faith efforts, and based on the recent changes in the law, we're now going to command and control for trash collection and processing and recycling. So keep in mind that, as Sean said, we've been through this rodeo before, and we have a lot of experience, and we'd like to work very carefully with you to make sure that we do it right. Thank you.
Bob Helbing, again with iHockey and Monrovia Chamber. Just a brief statistical observation. You mentioned an average of 100 miles for a given truck in a given application. I'm not sure the average is the right number. If half my voyages are 50 miles and half of them are 150 miles, then a truck that has a range of 100 miles will not work for half the trips I take. I think you need to look at something else, something that you need a range that will match 80% of what that truck does or 90% of what that truck does. Otherwise, people are planning their vehicle usage around range, and they're not going to do that. They're going to buy trucks that they know they can use 90 to 95% of the time. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll take one more, and then we'll get on to the next session.
Hello.
Hi, my name's Eddie with Lion Electric, and so stepping away from the refuse, going back to class 7 and 8, are you guys looking at working with the ports or the rails to incentivize trucking companies to want to use the electric trucks? I mean, if you've worked with any of the drayage companies, a big problem is the idling at the ports. And if you gave some sort of incentive to EV fleet owners, they would absolutely be wanting to jump on it. Because right now, everyone has a fear of electric for sitting and idling.
Let me get. So broadly, yes. I mean, we will work with the ports and a number of the drayage fleets and looking at an overall strategy. The ports of the San Pedro Bay ports already have a clean air action plan that is seeking to achieve a 2035 complete transition for drayage trucks. So we'll be looking at that and that, frankly, that timeline as part of should that be a goal statewide, not just in the Southern California area. And then how to do it is going to be part of that discussion.
And just to be clear, so in the past, ARB said we were going to be working on a drayage truck regulation. Our current plan is to kind of fold that into this overall truck effort. We're going to be looking at trucks in the state, and specifically drayage. It could be a major individual focus item for us coming up. So it's part of the overall strategy here. It's going to be a big thing we're focusing on with the ports and the disadvantaged communities there. So it's part of the overall picture here.
And then one comment came in online from Tim Sassine with Ballard Power Systems. Says, thank you for your continued work and inclusive progress. Regarding assessment of average mileage of truck, CARB should also take into consideration the maximum daily use. If a truck cannot make the maximum usage required due to fueling limitation, either those days of revenue are lost or another vehicle must be used. We completely understand that.
Okay.
Quick one.
Okay, well, let Chris have a quick one. You can take the next question, but I'm going to just get into the part of the discussion so we can get people to start mulling some things over, because I want to have over the lunch break, have you already start thinking about the framework?
Yeah, just a quick clarifying question on slide 42. So I know prior versions of VIAS had daily use questions as well as the annual. Do you know, were the assumptions there taken by doing the annual divided by a certain number of days? Because the only thing I'd flag is to make sure that the VIAS data accounted for seasonal or partial year uses, so that you're not understating the potential daily use of those vehicles, to the gentleman's point.
So on slide 42, specifically for the tractors, I believe in the data set it was a field for annual miles, so I think it was meant to capture the seasonal operation. I can double check that since there are a lot of data fields in there, and one of them might be seasonal versus non-seasonal.
Yeah, there are seasonal tomato trucks, for instance, that are going to put on 30,000 in a couple of months, but they'll look like 30,000 a year trucks.
And that frankly highlights the need for the individual company-specific information, because the types of questions we're looking to answer are things like that. If your 30,000 miles does occur in 3 months, that's a lot different picture than if it's spread out over the entire year. And so that's a critical component of, I think, looking at a fleet strategy. So I'm going to go ahead and move into the discussion there on the rule concepts, a little bit of background, and then I'm going to try to at least tee up at least minimum the quick summary of the different types of ideas, so that as you have a break here, then you can kind of mull over some of that and maybe formulate your questions associated with that. So let's see. So here, to get into the rule concepts, that broadly we're looking at, this kind of gets to the other question, we're looking at one rulemaking, we're going to address all truck types and bus types as part of the strategy. We are looking through starting in 2024 through a 2045 timeframe, so it's a very long time horizon. And so the question of the different truck segments, we are expecting that there will be some differing requirements depending on either the vehicle type, fleet type, or some combination thereof. So drayage, as Paul mentioned, will be an area of special focus. Step vans as a category might make sense to try to target differently, at least last mile type applications, are where we do believe there's the best opportunity right now. But then the types of vehicles that are included in that's going to vary. As we kind of touched on before, we're looking at strategies that will predominantly focus on larger fleets initially to get the market going, and then to support a robust secondary market for used trucks into lower use applications or other uses. We definitely want to encourage early action before 2023. And as we kind of touched on already, we're not looking at a strategy that would require accelerated replacements, but at some point we'll have to phase out a diesel, and when we're shooting by 2045, in that later time horizon is where a different strategy could phase out some trucks, but again, it wouldn't be in conflict with what SB1 would require. And then broadly, we're looking to see how a regulatory approach along with our other policies will fit together. And the most obvious one is having a manufacturer sales requirement to make sure the vehicles are available. The fleet rule would largely be to make sure that they're used and put in service, and may even exceed what the manufacturer sales would be. So the talk about SB1, the useful life criteria, SB1 has more elements to it, but broadly, this is the criteria that would be used for any amendments to existing regulations and or new regulations that we would propose. So we would make sure we were consistent with this, but broadly, we don't see it as a barrier because we're not looking for an accelerated replacement strategy. And so before we kind of get into the discussion of the different ideas, we kind of wanted to lay out some of the principles we're looking to use as part of helping inform a decision or an approach. I mean, one, we're trying to expand the zero-emission vehicle use to meet our air quality and GHG goals. Broadly, the board wants us to maximize the total number of zero-emission vehicles wherever they're feasible. And so that will change over time, and so we are trying to, again, consider that in how we phase in the overall requirements. Disadvantaged communities are an area of focus, so some strategies are better at ultimately targeting the emission reductions in particular areas, and some are not, so there's always pros and cons to any approach. Ultimately, we would like to end up with something that's very simple and straightforward, but given the variability and the complexities associated with individual companies, care is going to have to be taken on how to do that to make it straightforward for everyone, honestly. And then ultimately, one of the basic principles is whatever strategy we use, we want to have some confidence that we're going to make sure that the vehicle capabilities are matching what the fleets need. So that question about if you can deploy some trucks that do have limited range in your fleet to offset what another truck may be doing, then we think that would be appropriate, even if you have to manage your fleet a little differently than you normally would. So yes, there would be a potential impact on your flexibility, but it should not be a barrier to actually placing them in service. Supporting and enable a workforce training is a general goal that we have. Ensuring a level playing field, again, very much is going to depend on a number of details I think we'll get into on how do you do that in competing markets. Obviously not an issue for public fleets. And then largely we want to avoid unintended consequences, whether it be pre-buys or loopholes, if you will, into the way we structure things. And then just to make sure that we're all on the same page, so the framework of our discussion is zero-emission vehicles. Near zero-emission vehicles in the manufacturer requirement we've defined as plug-in electric vehicles with a minimum all-electric range. So even a hybrid vehicle that doesn't have a certain minimum all-electric range wouldn't actually be what we're shooting at. To make a full transition to zero-emission by 2045 means we need zero-emission vehicles, or zero-emission capable. And then we don't have a lot of details here, but one of the things we'll be looking at is whether we should incorporate light-duty vans and trucks that are ultimately moving cargo. And same thing with even cargo bikes. There's in urban areas in particular, if an entity is going to rely on cargo bikes and move away from trucks, that we should be open to that part of the discussion. And then this is just an image of what today, this is not a scientific study here, but to kind of show you that some vehicles, just based on their configuration and where they're actually used, are going to be more suitable for electrification than others. Some are very specialized, emergency use or other things, that the likelihood of them having an electric drivetrain in the next 5 to 10 years is pretty low, but eventually they might need to be covered. And so we'll be paying attention to what the technology is, what vehicles are available, and how to match that with some kind of transition plan so that fleets have predictability. And then, as we've kind of already touched on in a lot of our discussion, how vehicles are currently being used. If better information we have there, the better we can tell how a vehicle might fit a need. So that's greatly dependent on what vehicles are available. Fueling times are going to change because, as you know, with light duty, there's faster and faster charging. With heavy duty, there appears to be movement in that direction. With hydrogen, you have fairly quick fueling time, and so to the extent that hydrogen vehicles become more commonplace, then that might eliminate the range issues, but there's still an infrastructure potential concern with where you're going to fuel, because there isn't a broad network at this time, especially for larger vehicles, but for smaller ones there is some light-duty hydrogen stations that some of the smaller trucks could potentially still use. So access to infrastructure will be one of the questions. So we, again, think the low-hanging fruit, if you want to call it that, is where fleets do return to base can put in their own infrastructure, charge overnight, even on the cost basis that there's opportunities there. But over time, we do anticipate that there will be a public charging network with faster charging and so on. And as that market expands, or hydrogen fueling is more widely available, then that should minimize the operational concerns. So all of these are likely to change, again, over the next 10 years we're trying to get the best handle on, but because that's going to be critical for a transition. And then as the market further develops, then over time we think that there's going to be market mechanisms to put more infrastructure in place and expand the market overall. So now this is a list of the different concepts that we're going to be discussing today. And so in this particular portion, the idea is to go over each one and then pause for some discussion. So you see there's quite a few of them. So I wanted to give you just a quick overview before we do take a break. But one is to simply phase in zero-emission vehicle purchases. When you're buying a vehicle, that a portion of them would need to be zero emission. And we already have some rules that do that. The EMA proposal was to have 100% of vehicles purchased in a particular segment would have to be zero emission starting with a given model year. And so we'll describe that one. So it's similar to the other one, but there isn't a phase-in per se. You just start at 100%. The third one is a zero-emission fleet standard. So that concept is simply something along the lines of if 5% of your trucks are zero-emission by a date certain, you're meeting the goal. And then the target would just increase over time. So more and more of your vehicles would become zero-emission. Green contracting is a concept that entities that are hiring truck fleets for transportation needs or other uses that would have to preferentially contract with fleets that have zero-emission vehicles. The zero-emission zone concept is a lot like it was used in Europe and other places where to enter the zone as however it's defined, that you would have to have a zero-emission vehicle by a date certain. And then how do you transition into that? Because you can't do that overnight. Facility requirements, where the concept there is to look at what types of facilities does it make sense to have potentially infrastructure or other mechanisms to enable a broader electrification so that there could be some opportunity charging when a truck's being unloaded, for instance, or loaded. And then the zero-emission mile standard, and that concept is to look at trying to track miles and potentially payload and other mechanism to then say, do more zero-emission miles, doesn't matter how many trucks you have, to meet that standard. So that's kind of an overview of the different ideas. And so then, since we kind of are on time, I'm going to just cover a couple of them, and maybe even, well, cover a couple, and then we'll just find a time to make a break. So the zero-emission, the Innovative Clean Transit Regulation was approved by our board. That regulation is a phase-in of zero-emission bus purchases at time of purchase. The schedule is shown there. You see that 25% of the purchases start in 2023, and then it ramps up to 100% of purchases starting in 2029. And then this particular rule had a delay for smaller transit fleets. There are some off-ramps to address circumstances that were either beyond control of the agency or where a vehicle might not fit the needs when it's being purchased. But broadly, this particular approach gets to 100% zero-emission buses around the 2040 timeframe. Oops. So now when we're looking at trucks, so the concept is fairly straightforward. It's increase the number of zero-emission vehicles that you would purchase over time, and that would increase. This wouldn't require accelerated replacements at time of normal purchase. So then the questions are here in all of these more of just to tee up a conversation. But so I'm not going to go over each one in detail, but broadly these kind of relate back to the principle. So how do we maximize their emission vehicles for different vehicle and fuel types? Who should be and who shouldn't be initially? How do you phase it in? How do you ensure a level playing field and still be consistent with what fleet's needs are, so you don't have to buy more vehicles to do the same amount of work? When and how do you establish the zero emission purchase requirement? Because at some point you would phase into all purchases would need to be zero emission, because that would then make it the most straightforward. How do you target DACs? Because there's no specific geographic approach to this. And then how do you guard against unintended consequences, such as people buying a bunch of diesel vehicles before the first purchase requirement starts, or just not making any purchases and just refurbishing old equipment. So with that, we'll pause here to kind of open the floor to just talk about this particular approach, and then we'll go on to the next one and so on. So we'll kind of do this for each of the 7 or 8 concepts that we teed up. So does anybody have any comments, suggestions, other ideas about this particular approach?
Ed Lopez with Marburg Industries. I see all the information you're bringing here, and the companies I represent, Marburg, we've geared towards natural gas. We have our own fueling infrastructure. Anybody that's in the Santa Barbara area or knows the Santa Barbara area, you know how real estate is so expensive. So now, in the future, you're kind of telling us we got to find real estate to now provide infrastructure for charging the vehicles when half of our collection fleet is already natural gas. All of you that know the training that takes, the time involved, the expense in training your technicians to transition from diesel over to natural gas, know what I'm talking about. Now you're going to ask us again to change in midstream. Now we're going to take those same guys, actually, that are probably nearing the end of their life cycle in the maintenance. Now we've got to bring in a new breed of guys, train them on electricity. Now, the safety issue now is another factor I think of. What are the new requirements we're going to have to do to our buildings? Are we going to have to build some special safety features into our maintenance program? Granted, we're going to not have to change oils. What is the battery weigh? We have to build an infrastructure now for handling batteries when we know the batteries aren't going to last forever. So when you have to replace this battery, what's the battery weigh? A few hundred pounds? Now we change the dynamics of servicing the vehicles now. Now we have to create a new infrastructure for maintaining these vehicles in a different manner. The maintenance doesn't go away. The maintenance is still there. So when you tell us we're not going to have to put diesel or change the oil, we still have maintenance. All of you know that. It's not just going to be plug in and it's going to go to work for a year, 6 months. There's different dynamics here that maybe are not being addressed. The new infrastructure in the maintenance, the building, all the structure you're going to have to do. What about the rolling blackouts when Edison decides to shut the power off? We're going to have backup generators for that? Or your fleet stays in the yard the next day because Edison decided to shut the power off at 9 o'clock at night because it was windy. So what happens then? That's the big concern there. Can we service our customer? Can we maintain our contracts the way we're supposed to? Can we collect our stuff in a timely manner? What about the truck that has to carry 30,000 pounds up at 10% grade? Have these factors been in the data? Your probably data's on a dyno or it's on flat ground. No wind resistance, the stop and go. All of you know in a collection vehicle, the stop and go is what kills your fuel rate. So wear and tear on the vehicle, the stop and go, what's going to happen to our charge rate? Is it going to last an 8-hour day, or are we going to have to come back in Now we're gonna be pulling an extra load because our payload went down with all those extra batteries we're carrying. What happens then? Our operating costs just went up. Based on the same amount we can charge a customer, we can't just go to the customer and say, you know what? I need $50 more a month from you because my operating costs went up. That's my concern as we go forward.
John McNamara with CRNR. We're a solid waste company here in Southern California. You mentioned that this rule would probably lead to phasing out of diesel engines and heavy-duty trucks. Is that what's the concept for natural gas trucks? We've invested $100 million in anaerobic digestion of organic waste because of what the state requirements are, and creating renewable natural gas and then running our natural gas trucks on that. So we obviously want to know what your plan is for the natural gas engines.
I mean, I think in terms of natural gas, and I think some of the issues that have been raised, I mean, I think there's a discussion item, but the way I tried to answer that question earlier was that our board direction is to go zero emission everywhere feasible, and that both the transit regulation and the airport shuttle regulation, that is the end goal, even if there were vehicles that are CNG that ultimately get phased out too.
But you said specifically that this rule would eventually phase out diesel. Is that the same?
Diesel, gasoline, natural gas, anything that's not zero emission.
Got it. Thanks.
Hi, this is Glenn Cho from Toyota Motors North America. So I did want to share one thing about your Class 8 focus. We have our logistics services, and we have trucks, Class 8 trucks, car carriers that go from the ports to the dealers. We also have the fuel cell trucks as part of the Zanza programs. Our logistics services sharing the fact that with a traditional carrier can hold 10 vehicles, but given the weight penalty of the fuel cell trucks, it can only hold 7 vehicles per load. So we do request that you consider the economic impact of these heavier vehicles, which means that the businesses would have to have a larger fleet of vehicles to accommodate a similar load. Thanks.
Yeah, that's definitely an area that we would look at. I mean, the impact on payload and other things would clearly be an economic impact. And largely, again, we're looking at strategies on how do we avoid that completely. But if for any reason we wouldn't avoid that completely, or there's a scenario where that might happen, then we would definitely want to make sure it's factored in, and so we're not going to hide anything. But yeah, we generally want to avoid, if you have to do more trips to do the same work, that's not necessarily meeting the goal. So that would not be an area that we want to head towards, but if we're talking 2030, 2035, it's really hard to predict that today. So what we might say with today's technology, that might be the scenario, but given the way we expect technology to improve, we don't anticipate that happening. And then an avenue that we always have, if something isn't ultimately going right in terms of the way the regulation is structured because we're wrong in terms of what the technology we do, the board always has the opportunity to come in and make a change to address a problem.
But even though you point out the technology is progressing forward, but please keep in mind that the fleets normally keep their fleets over numerous years. So even as technology progresses, you're still going to have the earlier trucks on the road that still have these weight penalties to deal with.
Correct. No, understood. And I think that's a very important category to understand, and that is partly where we're saying some of these fleets where we don't anticipate the weight being an issue, where return to base is common, that's where the more aggressive requirements would start. But then over time, those other categories that might not be feasible today would probably be feasible on a one-for-one basis later, and we would want to establish targets that would potentially push the market, but also with the potential of it being a good fit. So yeah, that's a long-term, we'll continue to do that in future meetings for sure.
Jimmy O'Day, Union Concerned Scientist. Just a comment on the nature at hand. A purchase requirement does seem straightforward to me, and there is precedent with the Innovative Clean Transit Rule. So from a regulatory perspective, I can see a lot of benefits, both from
the agency's side of things and from maybe a fleet side of things, it's very clear cut. Maybe when you get to the part about a phase-in idea, I'm interested to hear the differences between the two, how those would be different from a regulatory perspective. And just to respond to comments on the questions around natural gas, certainly raised by refuse industry and transit industry before, but I think as Tony pointed out, just calling attention that this is a small segment of the trucks on the road today. And while it's certainly something that impacts fleets that do have these vehicles, is not the case for the majority of fleets on the road. And I think illustrate the challenges of fleets are illustrating why you might not want to make that transition right now if you haven't already. Clearly where the state is headed in the zero emission direction. I think the issues you raise illustrate that point very clearly.
Todd with Clean Energy again. Tony, I'm going to, with the team, I want to press you a little bit more on the near zero definition again. I've been noticing there's a new kind of jargon that's being used by the agency, and Chair Nichols, for example, last week in a couple meetings expressed that, when I say EV, I really mean both electrification and fuel cell. But the near zero definition really only caters to plug-in hybrids. It doesn't also extend to gaseous systems. So, if you're going to truly promote both technologies, there needs to be some continence in terms of trying to also encourage gaseous strategies. And if you want to try to help some of the agencies that have, or companies and businesses that have invested in gaseous systems transition to a zero-emission future, I think you guys need to expand your approach to wean those folks that have invested significant dollars into systems that are going to work. And after all, you're going to need long-distance, long-range zero-emission capability. So I think we need to really think about how do we not only take advantage of near zero, we like to say near zero, South Coast, we do say near zero is a 0.2 gram low NOx engine. And how do we help those customers not only continue to adopt clean, advanced clean strategies, which I would argue a near zero engine or a low NOx engine is on par, if not better than a hybrid electric in terms of overall life cycle emissions in many cases. How do we encourage both these pathways so that we get to the ultimate end game? Because as I hear this rule or this approach being unfurled, I would be very nervous if I were you. Because if you get it wrong, the consequences are significant. And the other issue is that we need emissions reductions now. Not, we can talk about, in 2040, 2050, things are going to be great. But the problem is things aren't great right now. And I also see a different narrative being put out there that, the Air Resources Board was given the additional challenge of climate change, but we're failing to meet our climate goals. We originally are a public health agency. So I just want to remind you, like when you put out all these things, I don't see any emissions reduction goals or any metrics. I don't see any metrics to say, if we don't meet a certain economic standard or advancement, we need to explore other alternatives to meet our federal clean air goals or our climate goals. And I would just point to you that a recent study that came out from Lawrence Livermore National Laboratories expressed that if we have any chance to get to carbon neutrality, we can't just do electrification. We need to also include low carbon fuels, biomass, et cetera, especially those that are carbon negative. I found it very interesting that renewable natural gas, for example, was used to justify, that the cost potential will be great for electric if they use an RNG source. I agree. You certainly pointed that out because you could have significant carbon negative volumes. But we need users in the renewable natural gas space because that's my space. And if you don't have the volume, if you don't have the critical mass to continue to be able to deploy that fuel immediately,
you're not going to have what you ultimately will need. And we need everything. To be quite honest, if we're going to meet our climate change goals and our air quality goals, we need everything. And if we get it wrong in terms of fuel cells and electric trucks and buses, what's our fallback? Is it baseline diesel, or can we do something that's better? And I just would encourage you guys to think of encouraging the next step of a biofuel, near zero, low NOx option if we fall short, because a lot's riding on this gambit.
Yeah, hi, this is Ray Ping with Sierra Club. Tony, just to answer the question that you posed on the slide is just feedback on this model of increased percentage over years. And as you know, I was part of the Innovative Clean Transit rulemaking for 3 years. And so for the transit agencies, you know, some of them would have routes that are 100 miles, 150, 200. And by having this phase-in approach, it gave them the flexibility to cut their teeth on with their first buses on shorter or less challenging routes. And then as time went on, and it's continuing to happen, the battery technology gets better, cheaper, longer ranges, and so on. So that's a good way, I think, for fleets to be able to phase in their fleets with variable requirements. So that's one advantage of that approach. Thank you.
Tim Blubaugh with the Truck and Engine Manufacturers Association. I have two questions. One I think is simple, maybe one not so simple. What does DAC stand for? On that slide, you had DAC. Thank you.
Disadvantaged
Got
communities, so, yeah, sorry.
I thought that'd be easy. Thank you. Maybe the not so easy one. You noted on the slide, and you said it earlier, that you are not considering accelerated retirement. I think that was the phrase. That seems inconsistent with the goal of getting to 100% zero-emission fleet by 2045. Is it possible to get there by new vehicle sales without addressing the in-use fleet at all?
I was trying to hedge that statement. So our general approach is not to look at accelerated sales or early retirements of vehicles. But as we get into the later years, yeah, that might be part of the strategy, but it would be with like a 20-year warning. You know, to get to full electrification, yeah, that might be part of the discussion. But right now, if we want to get to a 2045 goal and you have extremely high percentage of sales being zero emission starting in 2025, that's a 20-year transition. If you're only doing 25% of purchases are zero emission in 2025 and they don't get to 100% till 2035, then you're not realistically going to get that 2045 goal. So at that point, then accelerated replacements might be part of the discussion. So
it seems to me the board, based on the December 12th hearing, the board doesn't fully appreciate that concept. They have a goal of transforming the in-use fleet, but yet only really speak of today talking about addressing new vehicle sales. And of course, we're talking about doing that in the years in the future. Mm-hmm. These trucks last a long time.
They do.
I think they need to consider accelerated retirement if 100% ZEV of the in-use fleet is indeed the goal.
Yeah, well, and again, this has a lot to do with ultimately how you define the details, because if we do take an approach of, hey, larger companies have to be complete transition by the 2045 timeframe or 2040 timeframe, and others have a 5-year lag, then there's a secondary market for used trucks, for example, which could enable the primary market too. Those can be factored into the overall strategy. And then as somebody touched on, with buses, there are companies that are actually replacing the drivetrain with an all-electric drivetrain. I would expect that would potentially start happening in the truck markets. We do know that some of the drivetrains that are available right now can be dropped into a lot of different vehicles without modifying the vehicle. I'd assume that range wouldn't necessarily be your 200-mile range vehicle if it's going to be in a pre-existing one on certain applications, but it's already happening. So we wouldn't discourage that either. So it might not be replacing the vehicle, it might be upgrade the drivetrain.
Okay, my apologies. I'm going to touch back on something that I brought up at the front end of the meeting. But when we were talking about funding for these programs, and we even actually brought up fuel savings as it pertains to electric, I'm going to just touch on something real quick. And this is 2019 sales, California taxable sales for diesel was 3.01 billion gallons last year in California. Taxable sales for unleaded or motor vehicle fuels was 15.38 billion gallons. The federal excise, state excise, LCFS, cap and trade fee, and sales tax for gasoline totals $1.17, almost $1.18 per gallon. That would be 15.38, or sorry, that'd be $18 billion per year for last year, $18 billion. For diesel, it's a little bit less. At the 3.1 billion gallons that were taxable gallons at a tax rate of $1.41 per gallon for all the taxes referenced. That's $4.24 billion last year. So just to go over the highlight reel here. In federal excise taxes, that's $3.4 billion for last year. In California state excise taxes for last year, that's $8.86 billion. LCFS fees collected for diesel and gas, $3.51 billion. Cap and trade fees collected for gas and diesel was $3.52 billion. Sales tax, and this is combining state and then the district, like cities, counties, and whatnot, was $3.63 billion. So all those numbers, sorry if you weren't writing them down, that was $22.91 billion in revenue for 2019. If there's anybody in this room that believes that the state of California could switch over in one year or 10 years or 20 years to an alternate fuel and not figure out a way to pass or attach that $22.9 billion onto that consumption. I mean, there's a lot of fleet operators in this room that would argue that they've yet to see the excise taxes go to roads and highways. But if $22.9 billion a year disappears, I'm hard-pressed to believe that we'll figure out a way really quickly to replace it. And so when we're talking about fuel savings, I think one of the items that was missing on that calculation is the excise and sales taxes that need to be displaced.
Hi, I just want to respond to that. This is Eileen Tutt with the California Electric Transportation Coalition. And I want to connect with you because we have two studies that were done, one that was done by UC Berkeley and one that was done by ICF International that looked at the tax, gross state product, gross regional product implication, jobs, economic benefits of transitioning off of oil towards electricity. And just because of those cost savings, people and businesses take that money and they invest it in other places in the economy, and those other places create more jobs and more revenue for the state than does the oil industry. So at the end, we have a very substantial increase in economic benefits, job benefits, and revenue to the state as a result of this transition. Even though there's a loss in that particular sector, there's a 4 to 5 times greater increase in other sectors.
Turn it on would help. Hi, this is Leah Silverthorne from the California Chamber of Commerce. I do want to thank you for putting these workshops together and exploring the the concepts that you've proposed here. I do want to push back a little bit on the suggestion that the board direction was to move further faster, because I think, my perception of the board direction was move further where appropriate. And I just want to kind of lay out some of the comments from the board members from the December hearing. So some of the board members called the manufacturing mandate, for instance, a hugely ambitious proposal. Some said this is as aggressive as we should be going at this point. It's nice to say, but the reality is that it creates a huge cost burden on the companies that are investing. It's very large upfront capital cost. Another board member said we want to set something that's aggressive but also realistic. Some board members talked about the status of trucks and the different products out there and said, you know, it just doesn't exist right now. There's a lot of cute videos about what's coming out, but we really need to concentrate and be conscious of what's available today and the cost. Some more folks said we need to look at this. We will commit in this reg to come back in a couple years and see where the lay of the land is on these different types of vehicles. As we accelerate, we need to make sure the infrastructure makes happen. It can be costly. It can be very, very difficult. I can tell you that the cost is significant, and I want the board members to understand all that's involved in a new truck, that there's a tremendous cost. We need to be aspirational, but we need to be technology forcing, but I don't think we want to go too hard, too fast. Another member said if we want to get the majority of this board on board on a vote, by the time we do vote on it, there's still a lot of work to be done. We need to evaluate the barriers that have occurred with regard to our current push for charging stations, including zoning issues. Heavy-duty infrastructure is going to require a lot of involvement with utilities. It's going to involve changes to the entire grid situation and operation, and it's going to be expensive. So as we explore these concepts, I really want to push back a little bit on the idea that the board direction is to go further as faster as possible in all areas. So as we're exploring these concepts, and I appreciate you exploring those concepts with us, I just want to keep that in mind, that there is still a significant amount of debate happening at the board level on where we should be implementing this and how fast we should be going.
This is Carlo Dela Cruz, also with the Sierra Club. I just wanted to build off of my colleague's comments, Ray Pingle, about how early phase-in and being able to have flexibility within the regulation to allow fleet operators who are moving forward in zero emission early and first can also get early credit. We're seeing that this industry is constantly in the headlines and is making news for the right reasons. We are not seeing the broken down LNG trucks that we see of former demonstrations of the past. We are seeing new announcements of OEMs, of industries, of fleet operators making investments, and I'm constantly surprised at the headlines we see even now, 2020, 2 decades after the turn of the millennia. So I think I want to emphasize that although a lot of these benchmarks feel far away, we will see the industry move much more rapidly. And already this week, we saw the city of LA use their executive declaration to really advance some of those key deadlines, either on transit buses or other medium and heavy duty sectors. So really urge the board and staff to continually work on how can we move these deadlines even sooner, and how do we also build in that flexibility to give the credit so we don't have to keep coming back to the board every time. I also want to just thank the staff and the board, or the staff, for coming down to Southern California, where a majority of Californians live, where a majority of these trucks operate, and where a majority of residents who are bearing the worst health quality in the country and in California are living and breathing these effects. So thank you for holding the first public workshop in the region that's really suffering, as well as other regions that are also suffering from freight issues in California.
Hi, this is Matthew Allen with Western Growers Association. Our members provide roughly half of the fresh produce across the nation, so fresh fruits, nuts, and vegetables, both conventionally grown and organic. And I would just simply echo, I think, a lot of the points that Leah from the Chamber made about sort of the breadth and the scope and how fast to proceed on this regulation. Western Growers has been hugely supportive of the farmer program because it goes exactly at getting immediate reductions today that benefit communities, benefits the industry, and it also benefits the state, and it goes towards the SIP credit. We are concerned about implications about predictability or potentially the lack thereof with this rule for the ag industry. When we talk about electrification, lack of infrastructure in rural and very remote areas, and frankly dealing with what we think is an essential service, which is fresh food. And we don't know what the implications look like when we have a public safety power shutoff. And what does that mean for our ability to get product moved out of the field to the processing facility and then to market? We're dealing with issues not just of food quality, but food security, and in certain commodities, even food safety. So I want to just highlight those points, more of a comment, not sure if there's a specific question there, but I definitely urge a lot of communication with the CPUC because we are very worried about the reliability in the grid.
So I have a question for the whole group in the room. So we had a scheduled a lunch break was to start at 12:30, so it's almost 1. So do you guys want to take a break now or and come back in roughly an hour or 45 minutes? Keep rolling, I heard. Or do we want to take a shorter break? Because, I mean, there's food here. So it's 12:53 now, so we'll take one more question or one more comment, and then we'll go ahead and break, and then how soon do we want to come back? Come back at 1:30, so that's basically a 30-minute break. It's pretty short, but that works for us. So we'll do that because I want to make sure we have enough time to discuss the other ones. So who has the mic right now?
I do.
Okay, so we'll take this last one, and then we'll come back.
Hi, good morning. This is Adrian Martinez with Earth Justice. I wanted to comment on the urgency of the rule. You know, we have this air quality and climate crisis, and the longer we wait on this rule and others, the more people will get sick and die. So there is an urgency to get this rule done. My one comment is this is set to go to the board for final approval in 2022. That seems very long. Even if the deadlines are further out, it seems like we can get this rule done in the next year and a half. I'm not understanding why we need a rule that's going to get adopted so far from now. You know, it seems like we're missing ozone deadlines, so the sooner we can get these rules in the books, the better. The other thing is I think getting the rule in the book quicker will help from an infrastructure standpoint. It will send the right signal for utilities how much charging infrastructure and other infrastructure we need. So I really want to make that push that this seems like a very long time there's some complicated work to do on this rule, but you know, let's work weekends, let's get it done, let's get it quicker.
Okay, so with that, I'll put a partial response and then we'll take a break. So, I mean, one of the things obviously we tried to tee up is we're trying to cover all trucks and have one regulatory proceeding, even if there's different elements or different aspects to it for different groups of trucks. We could go much quicker and pick a much narrower segment and target a particular area of trucks, but then that would provide a lot of uncertainty as to what happens with the rest. And so we can do something fast, but then we'd have to do another rule or another phase later, which would potentially extend the time frame that those other fleets would then know what they need to do. So it's really partly a balance because we want to make sure we get it right. And so we'd have to have enough time to at least work through a lot of the different details and different issues with ultimately the different groups and what vehicles are available. It's not as simple as make an upgrade to something that exists today. It's make an upgrade to something that isn't available yet and would likely be at some point in the future. So with that, we'll come back in roughly 30 minutes. So at 1:30, we'll start up again. Okay, so we're going to get started again. And so while people are assembling, I'd like to, I guess, remind everybody in this particular section, we're trying to have a discussion on different frameworks on a regulatory strategy. So I'd like to make sure we have time to discuss the different approaches so that we can kind of use that to then formulate strategies going forward. So comments and questions about costs and how we actually roll out a proposal, how we deal with individual fleets, those are for kind of for future meetings. So I'd like to make sure that we kind of have a discussion of the different frameworks, pros and cons to those, or issues or concerns that you may have with a given approach. We're not going to today determine which approach is the best one or work out the details on how it would work for a particular segment or sector, but we want to have the discussion on the different approaches so that we can get some feedback on how you could frame an approach. Later today, we'll be discussing two different market segments and where we see some of the end goals, what we think they should be in terms of making a transition to zero emission. So I'm going to go ahead and move into the next framework, which is effectively EMA proposal. This was presented to the board in the December hearing as an alternative approach. So we thought it would be appropriate to discuss here. And this concept would be to, in essence, require 100% of sales or purchases or both in different market segments to be zero emissions starting by a given model year. So in this particular one, school buses and municipal step vans would have to, all purchases would have to be zero emissions starting in 2023. Public utility vehicles and yard tractors, all of them would have to be zero emissions starting in 2024. 2025, all step vans, airport service vehicles, and non-airport shuttle buses would be zero emission. And then starting 2026, all refuse trucks sold would have to be zero emission or purchased in the state. And then in principle, this idea would continue for different segments or different truck types. So again, the questions to consider, looking back at the principles again, is how do you maximize zero emission vehicle deployments? How do you address segments that aren't ready for 100%? How do you ensure benefits in DAC? So again, that would be tractors and drayage, for instance. If the tractor category isn't ready for 100% now, then do you just wait longer? And then how do you guard against other unintended consequences, such as people pre-buying before their requirement kicks in to just buy more conventional fuel vehicles to reduce their purchases, for instance. So with that, just open up the floor to any comments, questions. The EMA is represented, so to an extent, Tim, well, I guess I'll look to you if there's specifics on or any aspects of this we didn't describe correctly. I'd ask you to weigh in. So anybody have comment, questions? Okay, Sean was first to the front.
All right, I'll be happy to bat a little bit of lead off here if I may. Well, and I love it. Hey, I just come here to talk, Brandon, that's why I'm here. So just a few comments on the beachhead strategy. So, and the challenge for a lot of the refuse companies that we work with is, you know, being out on the cutting edge, you get cut up a lot. And so we've experienced that over the last 20 years deploying near zero technology that we're doing today. So just to put it in a little bit of context, and some of the written testimony that the board received at the December hearing, which I'll quote, commercial trucks are capital assets acquired for specific commercial purposes to help derive profits from specific commercial enterprises. They are amortized over longer periods of time than cars, and they are assessed not with regard to the subjective criteria of style and comfort, but solely on the objective basis of performance capability and cost efficiency. Thus, the truck purchaser's decisions turn on detailed upfront assessments of a truck's utility for the job at hand and its purchase price, durability, operating costs, and resale value. So I'll stop reading there, and that's contained in the engine manufacturer's comments in preparation for the December hearing. So EMA proposed a proposal of the beachhead. They recognize a lot of those criteria, and so on format, Tony, you mentioned you don't want to get, I don't know how deep or not deep you want to get into cost, but I'll just take a couple minutes and distinguish between private operator and public agency. You heard from Frank Capone, LA Sanitation Districts.
just focusing on the waste sector for a second, you heard their concern about the types of impacts that a zero-emission vehicle would have on the current plan that the sanitation districts have. You heard from my example that I gave with the city of Sacramento, and I sent your slide to them, and in correspondence with them, they think that it's a lighter duty. The city does have some plans for electric vehicles and whatnot, and that looks like it's in the lighter duty, not necessarily the refuse sector, because I just mentioned the refuse sector over the last year has gone through a rate setting procedure, which will double my rate over the next 3 years. And that's all CNG, included $3.7 million for a new CNG station. So you heard from public agencies that are involved in the refuse sector. There are some concerns about your proposal on being out on the beachhead, because if I understand the beachhead, it's making refuse 100% sales of refuse trucks in 2026 would be all electric, and I guess by extension, that would mean that the marketplace would not bring forward diesel vehicles or natural gas vehicles for that purpose, to be able for a fleet operator to buy those. And I know for another day we'll have the conversation about the fleet purchase requirements, and so I won't take up a lot of time with that, other than to say public agencies have big concerns, and just to distinguish them with the private operators that we work with, public agencies control their own fare box, and what the city of Sacramento found is they had some big public concern about a trash bill that was doubling over a 3-year period. So, the beachhead is something that's only solved by time and money. And so public agencies have their own fare box. They also have less intent, meaning they can determine the pace at which a city service provider is going to pass through or attempt to pass through costs of new technology. City operators or municipal operators tend to have less intensive operations than a private operator. And what I mean by that is city fleets, like in Sacramento as an example, they typically have a 6 to 8 hour shift for their drivers. I don't believe they work much more than an 8 hour shift for their drivers. That's a little bit different when I turn to the private sector, which I'll talk about in a second. And then they have less intensive operations, and meaning less intensive operating hours. And when we talk about the fleet reporting next week, I'll bring back to the table some of the things that I had pointed out to begin with, that it's not so much miles as a parameter, but we burn a lot of fuel and we have a lot of operating hours. So we'll talk about that on another day. But for the public agencies that we work with directly, they have less intensive operating hour requirements, not just because of labor, but also just because of the way they plan out their routing, and their efficiencies are serving one city, whereas a private hauler who's contracted may be in multiple cities, and that truck may be working a 10 to 12 hour shift. So hours and operating hours are distinct between public and private. And you'll notice that some of the cities, including the city of Los Angeles, have built redundancy into their formula. And what I mean by that is, on the fueling infrastructure that they have today, the city of LA will tell you that their LNG infrastructure was largely overbuilt, and the reason they overbuilt it was to make sure they always had fuel on hand. They relied on LNG, so they built a lot more fueling capacity than they needed. They also had to plan for disaster. They didn't want to be stuck not being able to put. So the city, to my knowledge, has about 5 LNG stations that were significantly overbuilt. And their spare ratio on trucks, in terms of what I mean by spare ratio, is that's kind of parlance that you may not have come across, but that's folks in the industry need to keep a certain number of backup trucks, if you will, because we know we're going to have downtime and maintenance. So a spare ratio for a public agency is much higher than a spare ratio for a private operator. Private operators are more skinny, and the reason we know that is because the DMV fees, which has just been going up in the last several years, the prospect of paying $2,000 to $3,000 to keep a vehicle fully licensed and keep it in the barn for that backup use. Publicly traded or privately operated trash haulers who are contracted have less interest in wanting to keep a backup fleet, so they run a lot more skinny when it comes to spare ratio. Their fuel taxes are also higher than public agencies, so that's a little bit different. We heard a little bit of discussion about fuel taxes. And overall, the uncertainty of running a business in a
changing world. And when I say uncertainty, a lot of the companies, as you've seen, and you'll hear from some of them today, have already made that multi-year, multi-million-dollar investment to get the cleanest trucks available. And for those reasons, there's a distinction that I'll make, just to wrap up and let others speak, a distinction I'll make between public operators who are very concerned that you've heard some concerns. The private operators are definitely concerned because of the way they work. And so as it relates to the beachhead, I've let Mr. Blubaugh know that I hope that they have a big rubber ducky that's big enough for me to hold on to, because I don't know if it's a tsunami coming at our industry, because the beachhead, we've been through this over the last 20 years of, as I mentioned, multi-million-dollar investments at great adversity, delivering great benefits for the environment today. So those near zero vehicles that are rolling out there remove the 80+% of the criteria pollutants that you were concerned about. Zero diesel particulate. Why? They don't burn diesel. 95, 99% cleaner on the NOx because they're low NOx certified by the board. And finally, if this is a regulation that's supposed to really target greenhouse gas emissions, and if we look at it holistically on a life cycle basis, and I realize that the board has kind of rebranded the zero emission because you're looking at zero tailpipe emissions, not necessarily the energy inputs. And I realize the board has a priority for, you want to be net zero and you want to be carbon negative. And I think you've heard prior testimony from us, and we've submitted in writing to you. A lot of the companies that we work with are net zero now, and they're operating on carbon negative fuels to now, right now, not in 2045, they're doing it now at great expense on a rate model that's taken 20 years of uphill business disruption to achieve. And I only had coffee at lunch, so I didn't have too much coffee, I hope. But you know, the appetite for folks that have been through that last 20 years to get really, really excited about being right out on the beachhead to change over to something that doesn't make any economic sense right now based on the math, because industry is where they are. They have a rate model that's fixed. It takes time to change anything, so it doesn't make economic sense right now. I think when you do the math, it really doesn't deliver the environmental benefits, especially Todd Campbell touched on short-lived climate pollutants. Let's sacrifice, we could go through, actually, frankly, I think we could go through a whole generation of near zero trucks and knock out a bunch of diesel trucks by the time the fully electric vehicles are ready for prime time 10 to 15 years out. So I, this morning I was a little more edgy because I had a late flight, so I kind of calmed down and had my coffee. We're here to have a good dialogue with you, but we brought some, what I'll say, heavy hitters from the industry of folks that have been in this chamber for about 20 years doing this, and I know they're going to come up and talk to you, but the cost of being out on the beachhead is really troublesome as it's proposed in the EMA proposal, and I'll let others tell you why.
Hey, Tony, could I interject here?
Sure.
Yeah, Sean, I appreciate those comments. This is Jack Katuski. Those are useful comments. The majority of those comments were really related to why you don't think refuse is necessarily an appropriate place for us to regulate and towards zero emission. And I think your comments probably apply in many ways across every single sector or concept that we're talking about. We can take a look at where it's appropriate to integrate refuse and whether we provide some benefit or credit for the work that's been done or for low NOx engines, and that can be part of future discussions. What we're trying to do today really is differentiate the concept itself and the structure itself. And I realize that's hard to peel away because part of that depends, well, if you're expected to go as one of the early ones, then you probably hate this concept. And if you're going later, then maybe it's an okay concept. But in all of these discussions as we're going through, we're really trying to differentiate not necessarily people's roles within this, but you touched on the beachhead, but maybe just this concept versus another concept assumed however we treat refuse, we treat them the same in either concept. And I don't know what that is at this point, but we would that's to be decided.
Yeah, so Jack's in good comments, and my suggestion would be if just to throw out an idea, and we saw this, it really took the first 10 years for natural gas engines to develop and get the body systems integrated, get the tank storage, and get the range issues. And so the period from 2000 to 2010 were very formative years, and it involved a lot of trial and error, and you'll hear from some of those folks today. So my suggestion would be, just the challenge back to ARB would be to really separate kind of fact from fiction, what works, what doesn't work, is a targeted pilot program. And maybe with the ZANZEF, maybe we as an industry missed an opportunity to apply for it, but a targeted pilot program that put significant refuse vehicles out in a setting where we could deploy them, monitor them, and see what works, what doesn't work, with some of the minimizing the risk on the fleet owner for doing that. And what I mean by that is, in this building, AQMD, when they said 1193, they just said, okay, you and the cities just go work that out. And we broke a lot of eggs over the first 10 years of trying to work it out. And just going through that experience, and maybe a couple others who were intimately involved on the truck side of that can give you a little bit more definition. But just my outside the box thinking is a really deployment across different service areas with different truck types that minimizes the risk, if you will, for the fleet owner, but allows us to get out there and demonstrate. So we had a workshop up in Sacramento a couple of weeks back, and the Air District there was soliciting some input from industry and help on, hey, how can we help fund some of these? We know it's not a one-to-one, and that dialogue was really good, but the expectation is there's still a significant cost share. And so I would just have the challenge back to you, and I know HVIP has some funding for battery electric refuse trucks. That's great. Maybe that could be stacked with something else. I'm not sure, because I know HVIP stacking kind of got reduced. But just my sense is, if we could bring a truck out to the field that's not going to cost the owner an arm and a leg during a trial period, where we can also work on the infrastructure side, I think you'll find some willing people will raise their hands. You've seen some of the companies, you've already seen a couple press releases of folks that will say, hey, we're going to try this and try that. So I guess a pilot program that is heavily funded, that helps us go out and collect that data of the real world, with some cooperation that says, here's where it's working and here's not where it's not working. But the last time around when we did this with natural gas, it fell largely on the industry players. It was pointed out in my coffee hour during our break that it's a highly competitive industry, so it's really hard for fleet manager from company A who competes with fleet manager from company B to compare notes on, gee, what works for you, what doesn't work for you, because it is a highly competitive industry. So just a pilot program that leverages some ARB resources, maybe Air District resources, and actually gets some real world experience might be one way to go about it. So, and that's offered in the spirit of, trying to tell you what might be possible in the near term, because I think what you're going to find is resistance.
Let's go ahead and get some comments on this concept from others too.
Jimmy O'Day, Union of Concerned Scientists. Definitely support the idea of some sectors being able to move quicker than others, and appreciate EMA for identifying those and being public about that at the December board meeting. I guess a flag that we would have is to not leave sectors behind, that we think that there's opportunities for maybe not 100% in every sector per se, as outlined by EMA, but certainly should be targets for pretty broad sectors. And just a clarifying question for Tim. Tony mentioned the proposal was going from 0 to 100. Is that true, or is there a phase in what you all were thinking for even those beachhead sectors?
If this is okay. So our thinking on the sectors, and maybe just to add a little color to the slide that I think accurately represented, we're not so clever. We didn't come up with the beachhead concept. ARB did. And we didn't come up with the targeted sector segmentation concept. ARB did. So our proposal was to follow ARB's lead, which addressed innovative clean, the transit trucks with the innovative clean transit rule, and then airport shuttle buses with the airport shuttle bus rule, and then looking forward to drayage trucks, was to take that same concept to the other segments. And you listed the 6, and you could add more to that. I don't think it's limited to the 6, but take the most suitable market segments and address those holistically to convert them. And by converting them, we believe it means not just try a few trucks, it's transform the fleet, transition the fleet to zero emission. So not put in a charging infrastructure, but put in a charging infrastructure and plan for expanding that charging infrastructure while the fleet transitions, the whole operation transitions from traditional fuels to zero emission. That's the concept that we believe ARB laid out and that we believe should be followed here. The number of segments and quite frankly, the particular segments should be discussed. Which ones make sense, how it should be done. But if you ask about the percentage, I'm sorry, finally getting to your question, I was going to. Our concern is if you take a particular segment and using the any segment, if you're transitioning to zero emission, if there is 50% ZEV for the new purchases, of course, then what EMA members would find is that we would be selling products to this, and of course we're in this market, the zero emission market. We're of course in the diesel market too, but we would be attempting to sell a zero emission product to a particular segment and competing against a diesel. And so what would happen is one manufacturer will say, I have a zero emission product that is complicated and requires you to transform your operation, upfront costs, operational costs, infrastructure costs, unknown electricity costs. And another EMA member could come along with the diesel product and say, this has gotten the job done for you for 50 years. Why don't you just get one of these and you'll be okay? And that's an unlevel playing field. And that's where we came up with to transform it. You have to convert it all 100%.
Your manufacturers can do that?
No, please use the microphone.
Sorry. Just follow up. Could your manufacturers go from 0 to 100 in one model year?
Not their entire product line.
But for a sector, like could transit or school buses go from 0 to 100% manufacture? And
if the market, if the only thing out there, if the only purchases are zero emission, if the purchasers are required to only purchase zero emission, we'd find a way to do it. Yeah, we'd have to stay in the market.
Oh, hang on. Hi, this is Nick Blair with the Southern California Public Power Authority. So we're one of the industries identified on that slide, and we have some concern for being implicated with model year 2024, since within the same slide deck, we saw that utility bucket trucks are identified on the lower end of the ZEV suitability scale. And this implementation date is concerning since it might impede the ability of our members to provide vital infrastructure and emergency services when they matter most, especially depending on the availability of truck models for purchase and also infrastructure. As you noted also, you're not looking to accept hybrids, which are currently the best commercially available options for us. And to reiterate from our letters submitted on the ACT rule, the types of services we're worrying about here are regional disaster response, wildfire response, mutual aid efforts, and regional maintenance efforts that extend beyond our member services territories sometimes. And we're afraid that the necessary infrastructure for carrying out these tasks, as well as the variable nature of miles traveled during infrastructure and emergency events, might impede the ability to carry out these services and would definitely fit the bill as a large unintended consequence.
And for all intents and purposes, people who are commenting, whatever types of trucks you have or what sector you're in, assume you're there in the first 3 years. How does that look? Or ultimately, when is the appropriate year or timeframe to go 100% potentially? So Ray?
Yeah, Ray Pingle, Sierra Club. So, Tony, as you know, one of the things that several of the board members mentioned in the December board meeting under the Act rule that they like to see is targets of what are the targets that we're seeking to accomplish things by. And you certainly have laid that out to be essentially 100% zero emission vehicles on the road by 2045, but also the pathway and the milestones on how to get there. One of the individuals that gave testimony at this December board meeting was Dr. Amal Prodke from Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. And the study he did, which was geared towards what does the state need to do in order to achieve net neutrality by 2045? And what he and his research team calculated was that there would need to be 20% of the trucks on the road by 2030 would have to be zero emission. And also, by 2030, there would have to be a 100% zero emission sales requirement in 2030 across all the sectors. So I know this is a little off topic with this specific scenario, but I think to evaluate any of these scenarios, we need to have not only the goal to 2045, but what does that imply in terms of the life of these vehicles that we had some discussions on not having stranded assets out there. What do we have to achieve? And then that'll help guide us what we do between now and then. One other thing I wanted to mention is the whole issue of resilience for what happens when there's power shutoffs and so on. And in the PUC's transportation electrification framework document they just released, they're very definitely addressing that. That's one of the key objectives, not only safety, but resiliency. And they're talking about defining microgrids and having backup generation capacity within those microgrids if the overall grid goes down too. So that is something that's recognized as an objective that has to be done, and the PUC is working in that direction. Thank you.
John McNamara with CRNR. We're a solid waste company here in Southern California. We operate about 1,000 trucks and serve the cities and communities here. And want to say thank you for having this workshop. It's been very helpful, a lot of good information, and we support the concept of lower emissions for refuse collection vehicles. We've been committed to that for over 20 years through a natural gas vehicle program. And specifically, we spent $100 million investment on an anaerobic digester to create renewable natural gas, to then create that, to build our fueling stations, to put in the trucks, and then to full circle collect the organics and come back. And basically, it's a carbon neutral, even carbon negative fuel. And we feel that's worth saving. So we oppose the phasing out of natural gas trucks that seems to be implied by what you're talking about today for this rule. We're on a 10-year commitment right now with the cities that we serve, where we're partnering with them. We go to them and ask them to renew our contracts, to raise the money, to invest, to be co-investors with us in this technology, and we've done that, and that's something we just embarked on. So this type of proposal that you make is a major disruption to that, and in fact, we see that it contradicts a lot of things that we've been doing as a result of what the state of California wants us to do in terms of organic diversion and emission reductions. This rule contradicts the environmental policies from Cali PA for organics diversion, for renewable gas generation, and contradicts the investment that we've made up to this date. In fact, it seems like, based on what you're saying, that would make it basically unviable for us to do that. Our investment, it provides a means to meet the organics mandates and other emission mandates that the state has promulgated, requires, but it really appears that your proposal is contradicting some of those. So we really would appreciate engaging with you on that discussion, because that would really help us understand, and maybe we urge you to reconsider phasing out natural gas trucks. I think that would be a big mistake. And basically, we'd really like to get you out to our facility, take a look at it, and have a lot more deeper discussion about how. I agree with what this gentleman over here said. Maybe we get some credit for the amount of investment that we've made in renewable natural gas, and for the achievements that we've accomplished, which have been significant emissions reductions for our communities and for the state as a whole. Last comment is that I've been through this process here 20 years ago, starting with the 1193 fleet rules and the CARB solid waste collection vehicle rule. Our industry needs a lot more time than what you're proposing to make this kind of a change. To adjust to new truck technology takes at least 10 to 20 years. I think Sean Edgar was saying 10 years. I think it's really 10 to 20 years to adjust to these new technologies. And that's our experience with the natural gas implementation. And we also feel like there's been talk about stranded assets. Well, we feel it because we actually have the assets, the $100 million asset that could be stranded. That hurts. Instead of building on what's a proven performance and technology, you're asking us to basically go in another direction with that, and that's not something we can do in a 6-year period of time. That's not going to happen. Don't agree with that time frame at all. And we need much longer lead times in order to put together the programs with the engine manufacturers and others and our OEMs. It just takes a lot of time. It really is sad. I feel like you guys, I don't know if you guys have talked to the solid waste industry or if you are aware of our project, but I think the best thing for you to do would be come out to our site and you can take a look at it. We implore you to revise your proposal and reconsider and at least giving credit for some of the major investment that's been done and for the emission reductions that have been accomplished. It's truly incredible, and I'll just end by saying that we're really proud of our project. It's not just the $100 million investment and getting the cooperation with our cities that we serve and achieving the emissions reduction, but we're the first private company in the state of California to connect to the Southern California gas line. First time ever been done in the history of the state. Really proud of that, happened about 2 years ago. And so it's paved the way for others. Others are coming. Others are going to be injecting renewable natural gas into the state. But we're the first ones in state of California creating renewable natural gas, injecting into the pipeline. And we're excited that that's going to grow. This rule won't help that. I appreciate your time.
Hi, Vaskin Kasakian, Southern California Edison. I guess sitting from here, wearing two hats, one is a potentially regulated entity and another as a provider of zero emissions infrastructure. On that first piece, in terms of our own transition and transformation of our fleet, I'll say we certainly want to walk the talk, and one of the barriers as we have these discussions internally about transforming our own fleet is model availability. So appreciate any policy constructs that can help foment the availability of that product line. And as well as I will, I think referenced by a gentleman from SCAPA sitting a few rows in front of me. As we look at our own fleet, I think we're going to be able to make bold transformations that are in line with what the state needs. But I think you well acknowledge that there's some reserve potentially needed for being able to ensure critical start and other emergency potential scenarios where we're going to need to just have planned. So that I think the trick of getting from, say 80 to 100% or 90 to 100% is really where the conversation lies. And I think that's, don't mean to jump a couple of slides ahead, but it seems that's already in the back of your minds, and so appreciate that. Now, switching hats on the other side is potential provider of infrastructure. Want to make a plug as this general cross-cutting conversation of infrastructure as a barrier comes up, the importance of engaging early and often with your local utility and really engaging with us in terms of your considerations of your potential considered makeup of your fleet and consequently the potential infrastructure implications that might have co-developed with us along with all your concerns, be it resiliency, redundancy, and so forth. But we need to have that conversation and need to develop that together well in advance of waiting on the 11th hour of when regulations get passed and so on. And so I think from a larger planning perspective, our view of needs only gets better with information from customers in the industry, and the degree to which industry shares information about planned or considered vehicles, locations, operations, we can really get ahead of the curve and thinking through least, no regrets investments that need to be made on the infrastructure side in a host of scenarios that might unfold. So just a plug for engaging with us early, often, and before we have to sit in these venues and before we're on the eve of regulations being proposed and passed. So my colleague from our e-mobility team is sitting here. We're here, so if you want to pass a business card, happy to talk further. I know we're engaged in discussion already with many of you here in the room, but that's all. I'll stop there. You can talk to us after. Thank you.
So take one more, and then I'm going to get into more of the slides so that we don't completely miss our timeline.
Yeah, thank you. This is Hassan with Earth Justice. I want to say I feel like this workshop has given an inordinate amount of time and deference to whether or even when we need to transition all of our heavy-duty vehicles to zero emission, and that's clearly not the direction the board gave at the December 12th board hearing. We know that even the few board members who expressed some apprehension said that we do know it's not in question. We need to meet these carbon neutrality targets. These are state commitments that CARB has agreed to, the nationally mandated health protective air quality standards that we are consistently missing. So it's really not a question of whether or when. The question has to just be how can we accelerate adoption and how can we overcome these logistical barriers. So yeah, I just want to really emphasize that we've been spending a lot of today hearing from people raising questions about whether we even need to do this, and if so, like how we can push it off, and that's clearly the wrong conversation to be having. My next question is kind of similar to what Jimmy was asking, but basically, if we do this 0 to 100 strategy for certain market segments, what are some potential policies we can put in place for the segments that aren't, going from 0 to 100 to encourage accelerated adoption for those vehicles, and just make sure we're maximizing ZEV deployment, like you said, was one of the goals of this rule.
So with that, I think I'm going to get back into the slides because there are different approaches that we can take, and frankly, the board's already approved. So another one, and so I'm sorry, I have to go backwards a little bit. So Tim, just before I jump there, the Innovative Clean Transit regulation is a beachhead market, and we determined that 100% of sales or purchases starting in 2029 made sense, but there was a transition to get there. So even our beachhead concepts wasn't 100% overnight. But ultimately, I think the 100% concept is partly when is part of that question, and maybe there's always a combination approach where you can kind of say, okay, 100% by 24 might be a little too aggressive, but maybe it's 100% by 27 and maybe less, or some purchases before that to get some experience. So now I'm going to go just a different idea here is a zero emission fleet standard. So the zero emission airport shuttle bus regulation was approved last year. It affects airport shuttle buses that serve the airports from a wide range of operators, not just on airport. But that one, in essence, sets a target. By 2027, a third of the fleet needs to be zero emission. So it doesn't specify that anything needs to happen between now and then, but you have to meet that goal regardless of what your particular purchase pattern is. Now, with a normal purchase cycle, if they start electrifying this year, next year, then they wouldn't have to accelerate any purchases from what we understand from the most of the operators and how long they keep their vehicles. But if they wait until 2025, then they'd have to potentially replace a lot of vehicles. And I'm pretty sure this one applies to regardless of how many vehicles actually serve the airport. So it's kind of an all or nothing, if you will, in that regard. And so you see that over time, it simply says, this is what portion of your fleet needs to be zero emissions. So by 2035, if there's a hard stop, do not operate anything but zero emission at that point in time, and that's the way that rule is structured. So similar idea as if we were to apply a zero emission fleet standard, then the concept is the fleet needs to meet a certain goal. So in this case, it would be a percentage of the fleet, whatever it is, 5%, 10%, 20% of the fleet needs to be zero emission by a date certain. To do that in concept would require some reporting, so that at that point, it's like, here's 100 vehicles, 5 are zero emission, and the others aren't. There, you're meeting a 5% target. So the questions there are, how do you maximize zero emission vehicles for different types and market segments and so on? because not all fleets are the same, and you don't all have the same vehicles, or not homogeneous fleets in terms of vehicle. It could be a wide range of vehicle types. Ultimately, what fleet definition you use to determine who has to meet the fleet standard is going to be an important question to, again, meet the principles. How do you ensure benefits in DACs to disadvantaged communities? Because this is just setting a standard for the fleet. So unless you're specifically picking fleets that are operating in DACs, how do you ensure those benefits? And then ultimately, are there any unintended consequences? So because we're a little behind schedule, I'm going to go through the other concepts and then just take some comments rather than pause on each one. So another one is green truck contracting concept. So just so the people are aware of it, multiple regulations that we have listed here do have a requirement that brokers or other hire entities must hire compliant fleets, and if you don't, then we can cite you for hiring non-compliant fleets. And for the truck and bus regulation, we just list everybody on our webpage that meets the requirements. So if you know their motor carrier number, you could punch it in and see if they are complying or not complying, or search by name. So in principle, we're looking at that approach as kind of a starting point, but then looking at beyond that is you have the green truck contracting concept would be that if you're a larger entity is where we would kind of start, then you have to hire fleets that either meet a voluntary zero emission standard, or ultimately maybe some fleets are required to meet the zero emission standard, but you have to preferentially hire those. So the affected entities could be retailers, wholesalers, other entities, motor carriers, clearly if they're hiring other motor carriers. And then if that would require some kind of reporting, and at that point we would list, here's the fleets that meet the given standard for the year, and if you're not on the list, then they wouldn't be able to be hired. So a lot of questions there too. It's would that maximize zero emission vehicle deployments? Are there better market opportunities, for instance, for where the technology is ready and the cost savings are better for that to go faster than we might be predicting? Again, the DAC question, disadvantaged communities, how do you ensure benefits in that area with this kind of approach? How do you track and audit contracts and agreements for enforcement? So if you're an entity that's required to be doing the hiring, how do we specify that you're subject to the requirement, and then ultimately how do you ensure that people are complying with it? This particular concept is a little different than some of the others in that it does leave the door open for funding fleets, because of this particular approach, the fleet isn't directly regulated. They just wouldn't necessarily compete for business with these larger entities, depending on which ones would need to be zero emission. And then are there unintended consequences with this idea? And then a different concept is a lower emission zone concept, or ultimately a zero emission one, but multiple regulations ARB does look at a particular location. So this is zero emission zones are pretty common in Europe. I don't even know how many cities, about 30 cities or more actually have restrictions on operating in the city with a non-zero emission vehicle, or have some other kind of congestion type fees. But the drayage truck regulation is clearly a geographically based requirement, because if you're entering the port or a rail yard, you have to have the cleaner engine, is pretty much the way the rule works. Truck and bus regulation does have differing requirements. So if you're on this map, the green shaded areas, or we call them NOx exempt areas, we don't need the NOx reductions as much as we do in the other areas. So having a filter on a truck in those areas is fine, but you can't operate in the other parts of the state, or the white areas. And then even our public agency rule from 2002 had a different phase-in requirement for the low population counties, for instance. So those were not zero emission, but in principle, the geographic boundary concept applied, and now we would be looking at zero emission zones. So again, this is establish a geographic boundary around targeted areas. So the ports would be one way to do it, but we would either say that only zero emission vehicles can go in to those regions, or during a transition period, then fleets that meet the zero emission standard as a fleet would be able to operate in those areas, but if you don't, then you would be not considered non-compliant. And so this simply lists, here's different boundaries you could look at, is ports, the rail yards, warehouse hubs, city boundaries, disadvantaged communities in particular, air basins, or some other mechanism. And so again, it's you can't make a zero emission zone overnight. So the question is when's the right time to say it's a zero emission zone, or for what kind of trucks? Last mile delivery as an example. And then how do you make a transition to getting to an all zero emission zone concept being implemented? So a lot of questions about how to determine those locations. This approach would be very straightforward to say the zero emission zone is around the DAC, then we would definitely get benefits in that area, so that would be very poignant in that regard. But feasibility for small fleets, large fleets, because at that point, a zero emission zone concept is everybody has to meet the standard regardless of how many trucks you have. And then how do you address differences for categories like drayage versus long haul tractors, because those aren't going to be the same, or local drayage, I guess if you want to phrase it that way. And then how do you ensure compliance during that, and then same thing about unintended consequences. And then I think this is the last one, I think, or second to last. So this is just an overview of AirB is looking at strategies in our transportation refrigeration unit requirements, at looking at having facility requirements to enable a zero emission operation, so that a reefer unit could be plugged in when it's at a property. That would potentially require the facility to have a place to plug in. And so the timeline here lays out what's being proposed, being worked on right now. I'm not sure when a recommendation is going to the board, but I anticipate it's next year.
It's tentatively scheduled for, I think, late this year, December-ish, but it's still in progress, so.
Yeah, so right now it's scheduled for the board at the end of the year. And with this one in particular, we're talking about having refrigeration units be able to be plugged in, so they don't need to operate on the combustion fuel. But one of the questions is, well, if we're going to electrify the reefer unit, then why not the truck, and make sure the timing is consistent? So one of the questions is, can we use a facility requirement approach to enable broader electrification by having facilities that receive trucks have either a station or a place to charge while the vehicle is loading? So this particular example in the picture is a furniture store. The trucks are there in a period of time to get loaded. There could be opportunity to extend range, wouldn't need as big of a battery and so on associated with the vehicle. There could be opportunities there. There's IKEA has already announced that they're working with owner-operator types and are going to be zero emission in the LA area this year. And zero emission, I think a lot of other places or the whole country by 2025. So this concept is, I would attribute to their strategy is why wouldn't that work elsewhere? But again, similar questions. It's how do you determine where it makes sense to put in infrastructure, where it doesn't? And then are there other ways to get facilities to make sure that they're having zero emission trucks come to do their deliveries rather than conventional diesel over time? And then the last concept is one that pertains to light duty. This is also a work in progress right now, but in terms of light duty regulations, AirB is working on a clean mile standard for transportation network companies, the Ubers and the Lyfts, to make sure that a certain number of the miles or passenger miles are zero emission, and that would increase over time.
Yeah, and the idea has two separate components. One is that there would be a declining amount of CO2 per every passenger mile traveled. So if they can increase the number of passengers or have more fuel-efficient vehicles, that's one component, and also to increase the amount of zero-emission miles that these guys are traveling.
So taking that basic concept, and this was raised, I think, earlier at some point in the last month, the zero-emission mile standard, if you're going to apply it to trucks, would have to set the zero-emission mile targets based on some form or metric, whether it be energy use for the different fuel types, miles traveled, ton miles, or some other mechanism. And then ultimately, who needs to meet it, and then how do you handle vehicles that aren't necessarily transporting goods per se, service vehicles and so on. So how would you maximize their emission vehicles and the benefits in disadvantaged communities with this approach? How do you make sure you're matching the fleet needs and maintaining a level playing field? Can you use the same metric for all types of trucks, including work trucks? Or would it have to be more complicated than that? Is there a simple way to track and report the data? And then with this particular approach, if there are changes in the economy or other factors that could determine whether a fleet ultimately meets what they thought they were going to do. And so how do you address that? So I think that's all of the different concepts. So I think we'll open up for some discussion, and then we'll move into the little discussion about the different segments, because the next part, we do identify some end dates that we think are applicable for some of the earlier markets, if you will.
Hi, Kevin McGuy with SoCal Gas. I have a lot of thoughts, but I'll just go over a couple. First one is a general comment. I do have a lot of concern with doing one overarching regulation for all these types of trucks. I mean, you're looking at many weight classes, many vocations within those weight classes, and a bunch of different regulatory concepts for all of these vocations within these weight classes. And I think that doing one broad brush regulation, you may not get the details right for each of the individual vocations. And when you don't have the individual details right, that's when unintended consequences tend to happen. I mean, just at first glance at it, I mean, something like a green contracting requirement, I mean, that's a good thought, I think, but then are you now creating a barrier for small businesses to enter the market? Are you pushing all of these guys out and only leaving room for the big guys that are well-funded if they're getting preferential treatment? Something to think about. And also, if you're looking at zero emission zones, I mean, are you now creating a dray-off market there? But again, these are just details that I think need to be worked out. I do have some concerns doing this overarching regulation that they might not be covered. Second, I do have some hesitation with doing facility requirements. A lot of ports, rail yards, warehouses, they don't choose which trucks come in. So if they make an investment into one particular technology or one particular type of infrastructure, they may not be suiting what's best for their trucking partners. With that said, I think that one last thing. I think that the zero emission mile standard is actually a very interesting idea. I think that to get to our long range goals, we need to focus on that long range mileage. So we need to find some way to incentivize or push the technologies for hydrogen or long range battery electric. So I am interested to see where you guys go with that. Thank you.
Tony, I'm Rick Tebay, and today I'm representing the Strong Plug-in Hybrid Vehicle Coalition. I want to thank you for coming to Southern California. Within 6 counties in this area, we've got probably half the state's population, and I would suspect half the fleets, or half the fleet vehicles anyway. One of the things I'd like to call your attention to is the difference between urban usage and rural usage. In my former lifetime, I worked for LA County, and some time ago I looked at a couple of aerial trucks. The one in the South County worked in a narrow, confined area, and that had, after 14 years of service, that had 96,000 miles on it. By contrast, the aerial truck in the North County, which was based in Santa Clarita, was 4 years old, and it had 120,000 miles on it. They both operated about 5+ hours a day. My point is that the runs are really different, and particularly when you get into the rural areas, you may find that when you get out into the hinterlands, you may not have the same infrastructure that you're going to have in a denser urban area. Mm-hmm. Another issue I see is like for the step vans. And step vans they look the same, but they can be radically different. You know, you showed the Frito-Lay truck, you know, that hauls potato chips. Mm-hmm. And by contrast, the same looking van would be a laundry truck, would have a 23,000 GVWR, and that thing is going to weigh more coming back in with wet laundry than it does when it goes out, and it probably goes out at 23,000 pounds in the morning. And then there's the terrain. So even if you have the same identical vehicle and you run one up and down the hills of San Francisco versus something that's on flat land here, you're going to have very different operating cycles. And I wanted to touch again on the difference. I'm thinking of our fire department, county fire, they're actually exploring using electric fire apparatus, believe it or not. They're changing the word, they don't call it fire apparatus anymore. But they have a designated number of units, I believe it's almost 30 units for strike teams. So these are the ones that respond out of area when there's a wildfire somewhere else in the state, when they provide mutual aid. These are always going to be the newer units. There has to be, so whether it's a utility that's restoring power, whether it's an emergency service that's going to want to get with the program, there's going to have to be an off-ramp or something that allows a certain number of these to be designated for that kind of response. So I commend you for what you're doing. I would agree with both the voices that I've heard today. One is that we've made an expensive investment in natural gas, and we've just finished this pivot, and now you're asking us to pivot again. And I also agree that I think we've passed the tipping point, and I think we need to have done this yesterday. I'm not sure the technology is here yet, and we have to push forward aggressively, and it's going to be threading a needle, and I wish you Godspeed.
Yes, this is Chris with Coalition for Clean Air. Just wanted to make a couple quick comments. First, again, thank you for hosting this workshop and taking our comments and our feedback. We strongly support electrifying and really pushing to have the goods movement sector be clean as possible. We to echo some of the comments of our other advocates that were here, we would like to see CARB institute steps to accelerate this process. Even possibly pushing it up to 2040, which is would be ideal, but also really making sure that we're not back-ending all of this, and the closer that we get to deadlines and taking the intermediate steps needed to clean up the goods movement sector. Also want to thank CARB and the staff's recommendation to really focus on disadvantaged communities and making sure that those communities that are most impacted by the goods movement sector receives the most amount of attention first. Living in a disadvantaged community, I also personally appreciate it. But really, I just want to stress the need for this rule and for CARB to emphasize and really strongly achieve and meet the emission reduction commitments in this rule. Again, as others have noted, we are coming up against Federal Clean Air Act requirements, and that if for all the discussion and all the concerns about the costs of the implementation of this rule, they pale in comparison to the costs of not meeting attainment, whether that's loss of federal highway funding or the creation of a federal implementation plan in which that the state has no control over. And that is really something that we need to avoid and something that we need to all be concerned, both from the environmental perspective, but also from the industry perspective. Also, that the costs of implementation are heavily outweighed by the costs of doing nothing, and that the health impacts that we are suffering from now due to pollution from the goods movement sector is huge, and not only in a dollar amount, but also just on a personal impact level, particularly for these communities that live near goods movement corridors. So again, want to thank you for this, and again, state our support for aggressive implementation of this rule.
Okay, so I'll take the one over here. So I'm going to take maybe one or two more and then go into the next part because it'll touch on some of the comments you just made, and we're down to our last 20 minutes.
So, sorry, this is Glenn Cho from Toyota. Quick comment. As part of your rulemaking process, your different scenarios, Do you plan on doing some modeling work to complement the rulemaking process?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, there's a lot to be done. I mean, so today's our first meeting. I mean, we're going to be meeting with individual fleets on different issues before we lay out a specific proposal. I mean, part of the point of today was to kind of get some feedback on the different approaches. But the timing question is the biggest one, but all of this has to be put together. It's like, where's the technology, the vehicle capabilities, the infrastructure? What are the fleets doing now? What would have to change? And then how to come up with a plan that threads the needle. I like the phrase of having a plan that works. And I think, as touched on, it's like, yeah, we have 2045 as the end date. In the next few slides, we'll kind of say that we think some categories can be sooner. But yeah, we don't want to backload everything and say, okay, let's just not accomplish much between now and the next 10 years, and then we have to do accelerated replacements and everything else in a 10 to 15-year period. So that's why we're having the discussion now, is to figure out how to make that transition. So we'll take another one. So Chris?
Yeah, Chris Shimoda with California Trucking Association. So specific to slides 60 and 68, it's the fleet standard and mile standard. Just one thought is, with the technologies we know today, you guys have been talking a lot about return to base, depot charging within a 100-mile radius roughly. There are entire fleets that have no operations within that profile, are entirely 200 to 300 plus mile irregular route kind of operators, team drivers, slip seat operations that just are not going to be suitable. And so the difficulty of doing this sort of across all fleets approach is going to be, you're going to run into fleets that just simply do not have the operational profile with the technologies we understand it today. So just one thought there. Slide 64, just a question about how you envision, in the past when we've had, let's say, the drayage truck rule, which involved, entry and exit in a marine terminal, or a rail yard which has tight gate control, you had an enforcement mechanism. How do you anticipate, if you set a zone around a disadvantaged community where there is no ingress-egress control, how do you envision enforcing that to ensure a level playing field for everybody in that zone? And also, how do you plan on dealing with interstate truck movement? In the event you have a shipment coming in from Nevada going into one of these zones, is there the expectation there's going to be some sort of handling of the freight outside of that zone to a zero-emission truck? As you guys know, every time you touch freight, it adds cost, delays shipments, and so that would be a concern. And then slide 66, as far as the facility requirements, I did just want to highlight that you guys have spent a lot of time, again, talking about this sort of depot charging sort of scenario, which I think, based on the fleet discussions we've had, is the most likely scenario to manifest early. And in the work that we've done, just trying to put some costs through what you guys did in the ISOR on ACT, I think we're looking at roughly $2+ billion in electric charging infrastructure just to fulfill what you guys put out in the schedule in December. What happens with what I think is going to be limited resources on the utility side if we start asking them to go away from a very focused deployment of charging infrastructure to then putting charging infrastructure where we don't necessarily know that anybody's going to use it in the near term? Because I do know that fleets are essentially trying to plan out, for the ones that are doing deployments, plan out how they can do this sort of ideal scenario where you go around your facility, come back, do the sip, not chug electricity charging model. How is it that they go beyond that? I don't think that they figured that out. They're sort of starting to say, yeah, it'd be nice if we could get some opportunity charging. But this would seem to be, sort of spreading the resources pretty thin for, dubious payback. The other part that I'd be concerned about this is, you guys talked about LCFS this morning. The LCFS credits are only going to go back to the fleet operator if they're charging off of infrastructure that they own and operate. And so there would be no incentive as far as the cost savings on the electricity side where you're using a charger that you do not own or operate as it stands right now. So just some thoughts on the slides that you guys have put out, and just generally speaking, To Kevin's earlier point, be deliberative about your approach here. There's a lot of complexity in every single facet of the, beachheads or other, industry sectors that you're looking at. So let's try to get this right.
Okay, so Tim,
This is Tim Blubaugh again with EMA, and I agree with the things Chris said. And we appreciate all these options you've put out, and we appreciate Chris's comment that we need to be deliberative. But we'd like to point out that while we're scratching our head at these options to develop the market for zero-emission commercial vehicles, you started today by pointing out that you're moving forward to finalize a rule to mandate the sale of zero-emission commercial vehicles. And we believe that is out of sync, that the sale and the purchase have to be addressed at the same time. To ask manufacturers to sell something when there's no market and no infrastructure for the product is ludicrous, we believe. And we believe that many of the challenges Chris pointed out, that the fleets would have to undertake to deploy zero-emission vehicles, the changes to their routing and their operations and their maintenance, and most importantly, to install the charging infrastructure, are the pacing items here. Those things may take more lead time. Jimmy asked if EMA members are ready to supply zero-emission vehicles. We think the harder, probably longer lead time question is, are fleets ready to deploy zero-emission vehicles? And the most challenging aspect of that is, do they have the charging infrastructure in place to keep them powered up?
So with that, I'm going to go ahead and move to the last portion. Let me find the right slide. Okay, so market segments. I'm going to just go through all of these to provide an overview, at least what our thoughts are. So this list are the areas that we are essentially identifying as some of the early market segments, and we do anticipate there's others to be identified. And so this isn't necessarily a complete list, but this is where our at least initial thoughts are. So drayage is a clear goal and an interest in reducing emissions in disadvantaged communities. We believe achieving the 2035 end goal is appropriate. It's consistent with what the ports of the San Pedro Bay ports plan. We got corrected on how to say that. Would apply actually statewide, not just in Southern California. And so then the question is, how do you do that? And so there's about 23,000 trucks represented here. Again, predominantly, we're talking tractors, including some of the yard trucks, for example. And so the ports being a narrower area of focus, putting in infrastructure or shared infrastructure is a possibility. We've obviously done rules in the past that were focused on the trucks that enter the ports. And so this market might be a little different than some other markets, and where there may be opportunities to have the facilities and the truck owners ultimately work together to have something that works. First and last mile delivery services, we've had this in our planning documents for 4 or 5 years now, as the types of operations that ultimately are predominantly in the cities providing services, deliveries of packages and linens and all these other things, do tend to return to base, do tend to have more predictable routes. Yes, there's going to be some longer range, shorter range, there's going to be some variability, but there's a lot of opportunity here to phase things in. And then just the last bullet is some of these large entities that have actually been participating for the last several years in our rulemaking process have been asking for zero-emission trucks. They're actually making commitments, and some with companies that are brand new, for example, to bring trucks that are zero-emission into their operations beyond where they already are. Buses and shuttle buses is another area of focus. So again, 2040, we think 5 years earlier than the 2045 timeframe should be met. Similar timeline to what we're seeing for airport shuttles and transit buses. The buses are already available. We don't need a manufacturer requirement because there's 30 or 40 different configurations. Double deckers are available as zero emission motor coaches, and the area that probably needs a little more technology improvement would be some of the shuttle buses. The range capabilities right now aren't sufficient to meet transit needs today for an end goal, but I think for a lot of other operators it would probably work. There's still some long haul type operations for a lot of these carriers that is going to require further study, but we think that there's a lot of buses that do local operation that can be zero emission sooner than some of the other truck categories. For refuse service, again, that's an area that manufacturers appear to be targeting. There's several demonstrations of zero emission trucks that are available. The one in the center is a battery electric one. The other two, I think, are diesel or CNG. I can't tell for sure. But we're looking at a 2040 goal as being kind of the end goal for that. There's quite a few there. Transfer trucks, not exactly sure if that would be part of the discussion or the ones that are just compactor bodies or roll-off types. And so, and just those aren't aware, the city of Los Angeles has already committed to going to meeting a 2035 goal and to not buy anything but zero emissions starting, I think, 2 years from now. So they've, and I understand that they have experience operating some zero emission trucks for at least a year, if not longer. So they finally made the determination it's time to move. Public fleet vehicles, there we, again, the governor's letter to the ARB was that, yeah, public agencies should take the lead. There's already a state law that does require them to purchase some zero emission trucks in the class 6 through 8 category, but we see this particular market segment as a potential opportunity to get electrification into a lot of these work trucks and other types of applications that aren't necessarily delivery vehicles that then could be used in other sectors. So we believe that they should be early on. There's also a lot of either pickups and or cabin chassis with a service body on the back of what would be a pickup truck, if you will. It's a pretty common vehicle in this category. So these are predominantly drive to a work site and do some work and then come back at the end of the day, so aren't super high miles. So there are some specialized vehicles and emergency use considerations I think we need, but for the rest of the fleet, we think that there's a lot of opportunity to go zero emission. And then private utilities, we kind of touched on that a little earlier, is again a goal of getting to zero emission. Notice the key word there is zero emission capable. So this is a category where we think plug-in hybrid electric vehicles may be part of the end goal for those types of vehicles that are for emergency support. These highly variable uses or other things where they could still be zero emission for the most part, but would have, whether it be conventional fuel engine as a safety net, if you will, for when they have those variable uses and so on. And there's a lot of potential for reduction of idling related emissions as part of that. And then to kind of close this segment here, you know, to achieve the 2045 goal, then the other segments would need to be ultimately part of the discussion. We think that there's a role for the plug-in electric type vehicles to fit in construction, for instance, to be an early transition technology, if you will, for vehicle types that don't regularly return to a base, might have more variable use, might have the occasional overnight stay, and doesn't have a place to charge, that they could still be zero emission most of the time, and then periodically rely on conventional fuels. So different types of trucks, like work trucks, service trucks, would be in that category. And then even for tractors, there's short haul, regional haul, and then long haul. It's like, how do you make the distinction between those? How do you set a bar to ensure that the ones that it is practical to electrify, that they would, and then the ones that aren't practical to electrify would ultimately not be required to necessarily make the upgrade. So tractors as a whole is one of the largest categories for emissions. One of the most common types of trucks associated with the warehouses and other locations where you do have high concentrations. So that's definitely an area that the board is going to want to tackle. And then there clearly are highly specialized types of equipment and uses. You know, that's a category that we wouldn't look to accelerate early, but then the question is, how does the technology get phased in, and how does it get incorporated to these other uses? And then the last comment here, or question, is how do you bring in the smallest fleets? Again, when we're talking about drayage, we would include all fleets or all trucks, but in some of the other categories, we think that starting with the larger companies first, and then looking at other mechanisms to have smaller fleets either take advantage of the used market or just to transition later, because simply if you have fewer vehicles, you have less flexibility or fewer options compared to a company that might have 100 trucks all of the same kind. Odds are that the 10% of them can be dispatched in a use that's compatible with what's available or what the infrastructure allows. But if you've only got two and they're different trucks, then each truck has to be able to do everything you need for the entire year for its operation. So, and then I guess I'll do this last slide so then we just have a few more comments. But so we are planning summer workshops to continue the discussion on where we go with the fleets. We think that it will be appropriate to have work groups on different details or different areas, and I think those will probably have one more meeting before we establish what those work groups should look like. Costs and some of the other questions, comments that were raised today, it's like, yes, we will focus specifically on costs and assumptions and other things, and we, of course, will be looking at individual fleet examples or operations to make sure we're kind of on the same page as to what we think that looks like. As an agency, we'll continue to coordinate with our sister agencies on infrastructure and coordination on how we can bring all the goals together to synergize our efforts. And then we anticipate meeting with individual fleets to understand their operations a little bit better. And then with what we've proposed in terms of the reporting requirement as part of the manufacturer sales requirement, that it would be April that we would actually have the data from the fleets with what we're proposing the requirement would be for them to report. So at that point, we would have a lot more detailed information about a wide range of trucks and fleets in different operations to help inform a decision and recommendation to the board, either at the end of 2021 or early 2022. And then the key there is that the implementation start date would be 2024 for some trucks and some segments within a transition through the 2045 timeframe. So that's the end of the presentation part. So we'll take more comments or questions. As far as the room goes, we can go a little past our time. Okay, so we can go past our time a little bit. So who's got the mics?
Hi, this is Nikki O'Kook with CalSTART. I'm here today on behalf of our policy director, Meredith Alexander, and our 240 plus members. So I'll make comments on sort of the whole day's worth of conversation. We appreciate that the fleet rules are being developed as a suite of programs to be implemented together with manufacturer requirements. We do believe that the fleet rules will provide some certainty to manufacturers that demand for their products will exist on some complementary timeline to the proposed rules. But we do hope that this timeline also includes incentives and continued funding for the long term in order to send the correct signals to manufacturers that they can begin adjusting their business models accordingly. We don't believe that the segments can reach commercialization on the timelines expected without some significant and long-term signals on state funding. We appreciate the fact that you're exploring some very thoughtful segmentation and would like to see more. To that end, it's also possible that multiple fleet rules may be the most effective method rather than one blanket rule. We agree with many of the comments made by some of our members earlier, EMA and Volvo, regarding some further segmentation within the rule to be consistent with the beachhead strategy. We encourage the board to accelerate the development of fleet rules for those segments that today seem best positioned for electrification. Thank you.
Chris Shimoda, California Trucking Association. Tony, can you elaborate on, I saw that, drayage is the first slide you had on the market segmentation. Why the focus there, given that there are some duty cycles under the classification of drayage that may fit the template generally of what you're looking at? However, drayage trucks, let's say here in the Twin Ports in Southern California, they may be going to near dock rail facilities or transloading close to the ports. They may be going all the way out here. I mean, if you go down the 60 or the 10, you're going to see a lot of intermodal containers, right? We have ag exports coming in from the valley already sealed. Oakland, You may need to go from Fresno all the way to Oakland, all the way out to Reno. These are just really trucks with fairly demanding duty cycles in a lot of cases. So I know a lot of the pilot activity, and I hear you on the disadvantaged communities issues. I did want to point out the fact that drayage trucks are the second smallest source category in the ports for diesel PM right now. I was just looking at that inventory on the way over here. But why do we sort of think that this particular duty cycle or range of duty cycles is going to be appropriate? And have you guys thought of technologies outside of Pure Zero in this area? Are you thinking, I know initially there were some discussions about some sort of, zone concept. So just where are you guys right now on drayage trucks?
Well, I guess it's still early in the process, but I mean, I think the idea is that, yeah, to the extent that if we can electrify tractors that are used for the drayage category, then that'll enable tractor use or zero emission elsewhere. Again, part of the thinking is that given the number of trucks visiting a common location, frankly, the ability to put in infrastructure that could be shared is going to provide an opportunity for electrification, and that might be hydrogen at the end of the day. And so and I know there's a pretty large station already been built, I'm pretty sure. So there's potential opportunity there. And so part of it is to make sure that we're providing the right market signal. It's like, let's see if some of the announcements that have been made play out. Because even though the issues you raised would say, given 100 to 200 mile range, a safe 1 to 200 mile range might present a problem. By 2025, 2030 timeframe, it might not be an issue at all. So it's hard to predict. I think one of the things our board also indicated was, I think as a comment was raised earlier, it's like, yes, they would like us to move faster, not slower in terms of a rule requirement, and to just set a clear benchmark and people will figure it out was kind of one of the statements of one of the board members. We're trying to find that best middle ground, like I thread that needle and say, okay, let's set something that's ambitious, but it's also fairly realistic to achieve, because part of the ZANZEF data will help. We do think that if we have yet another year and a half to 2 years, a lot will have changed between now and then, and what we used to think wasn't possible. I mean, honestly, when we had the manufacturer discussion, tractors wasn't even on the list at the beginning. And then we included tractors on the list. And at this point, it looks like there's quite a few tractors coming. And when we look at the dollars, it's like, well, that's where a lot of fuel use is and fuel savings can be, given the right type of operation. So there's potentially opportunity there. Maybe that's why more manufacturers are heading to that market.
So Chris, can I jump in there too? Been
Sure.
trying to stay quiet on most of this, but this is one where I just want to be very clear on the policy. The board, for the most part, you saw the direction we said in terms of broad direction from the board, sort of like increase the number of ZEVs, go quicker, those kinds of things are very broad statements. But we know the board wants us to move on drayage. We're going to move on drayage. We're going to move as quickly as we think is prudent given the issues that you've addressed. But it has to do with both the port itself and then the warehouses and the communities that are around the heavily impacted communities around those warehouses. And so we're going to do something in this space. We're going to do the best rule we can in combination with our colleagues that are responsible for the drayage rule. But it's absolutely going to be there. So the points you're bringing up are good to help us figure out how to structure it. But we're going to move, and we're going to move pretty quickly in this space.
Yeah, and I just want to, just a quick follow-up to that, Jack. In terms of the direction from the board to move fast, I think there's probably also a get it right along the way. And I think my comment was more targeted towards understanding the complexity within even something that looks like a homogeneous market segment, right? You're going to have multiple duty cycles nested within that same market segment. The Port of Oakland is not the Port of LA and Long Beach. Port of San Diego is not, either of those three. And so just appreciating the different operational profiles, having a discussion about what sort of technologies might be appropriate, given those challenges, and sort of going back to the earlier point about doing this as one big omnibus rulemaking, we need to be able to understand the complexities within each of these different market segments.
Hi, I'm Patricio Portillo with the Natural Resource Defense Council. First of all, just thank you for this presentation and for all your hard work on this rule and the ACT rule as well. If I could just have a comment, backtracking a little bit on the list of regulatory concepts that you had on page 55. Are you thinking of these as mutually exclusive? I think a number of people here have mentioned today that a better approach may be to blend these different concepts together. And you listed out a number of different questions for each of these concepts, how to maximize zero-emission vehicle deployment, how to ensure benefits in disadvantaged communities. And you may already be doing this, but it strikes me that a better approach would be to flip this and list out the questions that you have, and then under each question, which regulatory concept is able to answer that and how. And then understanding that you have the statutory requirement of carbon neutrality by 2045, work backward from that and creating a rule that answers these questions. Thanks.
Add to that. So yeah, I mean, we try to describe them as separate ideas, but I think at the end of the day, some kind of combination or blend would be appropriate. And I think part of the discussion really was, hopefully to tease out is, yeah, for certain either uses or truck types, one particular approach might make more sense, and for another application, another might make more sense. So, and then as I think you saw in the part of the discussion is, yeah, the ones that are zero emission zones can very targeted, achieve significant reductions in the particular zone. So if that's a key criteria, then that's one mechanism we could use. And then I think just to broadly, so as I'm going to go back just a little bit broader concept is, it is our intent to do a single rule making, but that could still be 3, 4 different rule concepts in one. So we can say, here's what the drayage requirements are going to be. We're just taking that to the board at the same time. We're saying, here's what the last mile delivery requirements need to be, or whatever approach that we take. At the end of the day, I anticipate a combination approach will probably ultimately work best. So,
Jimmy O'Day, Union of Concerned Scientists. Want to thank staff for this menu of options. I think are really creative and go beyond just probably the stereotypical idea of just a purchase requirement. I think are really helpful to get folks thinking, and really just want to invite fleets to weigh in. Certainly, I don't know if fleets that are the fleets we heard from today. I think we're pushing back on, locked into a technology and don't really see the same vision that CARB sees. But if you're a fleet that has maybe been quiet today, or no fleets, I talked with a lot of them at Volvo yesterday. This great event Volvo had with their electric semi-truck. There's a lot of interest from fleets in this technology, and to me, the regulatory strategy that we use to get to this vision, it can be a number of different ways, and I think the goal is to craft regulations that do work for fleets with the goal of getting far and fast. So if you are a fleet, I would love to talk to you, and certainly I know CARB would too.
Troy Musgrave with Dependable Highway Express. We're part of the Volvo Lights project, so we're really anxious to get our hands on the electric vehicles. And, I've learned a lot today, sitting in, listening to everybody talk, and it's going to take a while to formulate opinions, based on what I heard today. I'll have to go over the material again, so a lot of information. But the message I would leave is, yeah, I want to get our electric trucks in so that we can start getting that data that we need to figure out how we're going to do this, where it's going to fit best in our business model. And I've heard, there's fleet representatives here that come from different aspects. We are different, so it's not one size fits all. But right now, there's a lot of interest, a lot of desire to get the data, and do this. What I'd ask from CARB is and South Coast Air Quality Management to continue to give your support. I heard you say you're going to talk to fleets. I hope you're going to come and talk to us. We want to be part of the solution. We want to hear from you and get direction from you. You know, I'll give you just a quick example. You know, I'm not saying utilities are difficult to work with, but, you know, the utility, they say, reach out to us and keep in touch. Well, we did from the start. We were like every week having a call and, you know, how are we doing? What do we do next? But they're asking hard questions. How much energy do you need? You know, and then go back to the manufacturer. How much does the truck need? You know, to go to the charger people. How much? You know, what kind of transformer are you gonna need? You know, it's trying to get all these groups together so that we can get an answer, right, and make progress. You know, I think our project has really got momentum right now. You know, our site, we haven't broke ground on the energy yet. You know, I mean, I'm pushing very hard. I have a call on Friday with you know, most of the stakeholders. You know, and I'm telling them I need power in place by end of March. I don't think that's going to happen. You know, I've already purchased capital equipment of 14 forklifts that's going to deliver all electric, replacing 14 propane vehicles as part of the project, right? And it's going to be just sitting on the ground, and I got to come up with a check, you know, and pay for it, and I'm going to be looking at it. And I'll tell you right now, my executive group is not going to be happy, you know, because I don't have power. You know, I can't just plug it in the wall. It needs specific power. So again, I'm not making a complaint about a utility or about CARB or about the different partners. I'm just saying, let's stay focused. Let's work together. We got to get these things done, because until we do, we can't produce the data and show the success that will, you know, help increase the momentum and the activity in the space.
I appreciate
you.
that. I mean, one will want to come out and visit you, I'm sure. I anticipate you'll be part of this workshop process for future meetings too. And then I just want to make a comment, as you said, yeah, you want direction from us, but I think one of the things we'll be doing is trying to get direction from you as to what your experience actually is, to help inform what a strategy needs to look like. And then, of course, to the extent that we as a state can provide resources to people who've either gone through experience and tools to help answer those questions, we'll of course try to do that too, to help facilitate the learning curve, because there is a learning curve associated with going to a completely different technology.
This is Dave Park with the California Fuel Cell Partnership, and I would echo the sentiment of we are also a membership organization consisting of manufacturers of light and heavy-duty fuel cell electric vehicles, manufacturers of hydrogen fuel, and the degree to which we can rally our members around these very important logistical and practical topics. We're here to help. ARB is a membership of our organization, and so you know, we work very closely with ARB on the light duty side currently on deploying a fueling infrastructure network around the state to make the commercial light duty fleet economically viable, and we certainly see the connection to heavy duty, and we're here to help assist this process of moving into a zero emissions future.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment before we close out. There were several comments and questions that were sent to us via email. I screened those, and for those on the webcast, just to let you know, those comments were either already addressed here at the workshop or those questions were already answered. So I'll personally make sure that we get the feedback needed, but the comments and questions were not overlooked. They were just already addressed.
Okay, so seeing no hands up right now, I thank you all for participating in today's meeting, and I look forward to future meetings. and to work through some of these issues.